in the Speaker's Gallery this afternoon a visiting delegation from the Parliament of Malawi. The delegation comprises the Leader of Opposition, the Honorable Kondwani Nankumwa MP, who is accompanied by the Honorable Julius Chione Mwase MP, and the Secretariat. The delegation is undertaking a study tour at the Parliament of Kenya. Honorable Senators, I request each member of the delegation to stand when called out so that you may be acknowledged in the Senate tradition. The Honorable Kondwani Nankumwa MP, Leader of Opposition. The Honorable Julius Chione Mwase MP, Member of Parliament. Mrs. Dorothy Kabango and Mr. Gift Chimozi. On behalf of the Senate and my own behalf, I extend a warm welcome and wish you a fruitful visit. I will call upon the Leader of Majority and the Leader of Minority, each under 1 minute, to extend words of welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I take this opportunity on behalf of the Senate of the Republic of Kenya to welcome the visiting delegation from Parliament of Malawi who are here on a study tour. Mr. Speaker, this is a continued tradition of great relations between the nations of Kenya and the nation of Malawi, Mr. Speaker, which is growing deeper, and we are integrating on many aspects, not only in our democratic practices, Mr. Speaker, but even on our trade relations. Mr. Speaker, I do hope that the members will have a full undertaking of all the practices of the Kenyan Parliament, and will look forward, as they say in the local language, to revenge their visit, Mr. Speaker. On that trip, Mr. Speaker, because you have seen, they have come with a Leader of Opposition who is walking into the chamber right now. That is the Kenyan one, Senator Madzayo, to perhaps give them a better view of this country. Mr. Speaker, you can send the Leader of Opposition in the Senate, that is Senator Madzayo, and the Leader of Government Business in this House, yours truly, on a 3 or 4 days working tour to Lilongwe, Mr. Speaker, during our next recess, so that we can interact even better with the members. Otherwise, I appreciate and welcome them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Madzayo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to also join myself with you to welcome the delegation from Malawi, being led by my brother Kondwani. He is the Leader of the Opposition there. I think I've had a word with him. We had lunch. And they're here for a purpose of learning and knowing how Kenyans are doing their parliamentary duties. I'm glad that he's come to the Senate and he will see how the Senate operates. As I was talking to him, he said they only have the National Assembly, they don't have the Senate. So he wanted to know exactly how does the Senate operate, what does it do, and all that. I told him we deal with devolution. Mr. Speaker, they are very good persons, and I believe all Malawians are like them. So one way or another, I think we'll one day have an opportunity to visit Malawi and see how their social life and how their parliamentary affairs work. Otherwise, Mr. Speaker, I want to join myself again and say thank you very much for allowing them to come and learn from us. And I believe when they go back home, they will have learned how we operate here, and it will be for the betterment of both the countries, Kenya and Malawi. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Next order, clerk.
Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions.
The Honorable Senator Andrew Omutata. Senator Ledama, are you holding brief for the Honorable Senator Omtata? That petition is dropped. Next order, clerk.
Order number 5, papers.
The Senate Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the Senate today, the 23rd April 2024. The reports of the Auditor General on the financial statements of the following for the year ended 30th June 2023. Makueni County State and Public Officers Car Loan and Mortgage Fund, Mboni Water and Sanitation Company Limited, Kibwesi Makindu Water and Sanitation Company Limited, Wote Water and Sewerage Company Limited, Kerisho County Assembly Members Car Loan and Mortgage Scheme Fund, Kerisho County Bursary Fund, Kerisho Municipality, Leiten Municipality, Kisii County Alcoholic Drinks and Control Fund, Gusii Water and Sanitation Company Limited, Narok Bursary Management Fund, Narok County Alcoholic Drinks Regulations and Control Fund, Kitui County Textile Center, Kitui Water and Sanitation Company Limited, Kiambere Mwingi Water and Sanitation Company Limited, Kakamega County Agricultural Inputs Fund, Mumias Municipality, the County Assembly of Nyeri Car Loan and Mortgage Members Scheme Fund, Odhaya Mukurueni Water and Sanitation Company Limited, Madhira Water and Sanitation Company Limited, Dekut Enterprises Company, Nyandarua County Assembly Members Car Loan and Mortgage Scheme, Olkalau Water and Sanitation Company Limited, Ulgejodo Water and Sewerage Company, Olaiser Water and Sewerage Company Limited, Nairobi City County Assembly Car Loan and Mortgage Scheme Fund, Nairobi City County Alcoholic Drinks Control and Licensing Board, Ewaso Nyiro North River Basin Development Authority, Ewaso Nyiro South River Basin Development Authority, University of Eldoret, Eldoret National Polytechnic, Eldoret Water and Sanitation Company Limited, Kirinyaga Water and Sanitation Company Limited, Muranga South Water and Sanitation Company Limited, Ngangaka Water and Sanitation Limited, North Rift Valley Water Works Development Agency, Nyamira County Executive Mortgage and Car Loan Fund, Migori County Water and Sanitation Company Limited, Trans Nzoia County Assembly Members and Staff Car Loan and Mortgage Scheme Fund, Egerton University, Bukura Agricultural College, Tambash Teachers Training College. I beg to lay, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The Chairperson Standing Committee on Trade, Industrialization and Tourism. What is the point of order? There is no senator on the affair. So are you not rising?
On a motion of adjournment, Mr. Speaker.
Absolutely. Proceed.
Yeah. Motion of adjournment to discuss a definite matter of urgent national importance. Mr. Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that pursuant to Standing Order 37, the Senate do now adjourn to discuss a definite matter of urgent national importance, namely the delay in the release of disaster management funds to floods victims arising from the prevailing heavy rains and subsequent flooding in many parts of the country.
Honorable Senators, I'm satisfied that the threshold as demanded by Standing Order 37.5 has been met. I therefore nominate 5:30 as the time when this motion shall be moved. Next order. I had called the chairperson, Standing Committee on Trade, Industrialization and Tourism, or any other member of that committee to proceed to lay the paper. Senator Lelegwe, are you a member of that committee?
Yes.
Proceed.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the Senate today, 23rd April 2024, the report of the Committee on Trade, Industrialization and Tourism on its consideration of the Streets Vendors Protection of Livelihoods Bill, Senate Bills number 41 of 2023. I beg to lay.
Next order, clerk.
Order number 6, notices of motion. Order number 7, questions and statements.
Statements pursuant to Standing Order 53-1. Honorable Agnes Kavindu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A request of statement on the failure of public universities to remit statutory deductions from for their employees. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee of Education regarding the failure of public universities to remit statutory deductions for their employees. In the statement, the committee should, 1, provide a comprehensive report of remittance of statutory deductions made on salaries of staff employed by all public universities, including pension deductions, stating reasons for all instances of non-remittance. 2, inform the Senate of any action taken by the State Department for higher education and research to remedy the failure and to hold accountable the institutions responsible for non-remittance. Senator Agnes Kavindu Mudhama, Senator Machakos County. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Tabitha Keroche. That statement is dropped. Senator Tabitha Keroche again. That second statement is dropped. Senator Julius Murgo. That statement is dropped. Again, Senator Murgo had another statement. It's equally dropped. Senator Richard Onyonka.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Order Committee on Labor and Social Welfare regarding claims of improper handling of human resource operations of the Kisii County by the Kisii County Public Service Board. Mr. Speaker, in this statement, I would like to state that any actions that the Kisii County Public Service Board, whether there are any actions that the Kisii County Public Board has put in place to fill the vacancies arising out of the impeachment, resignation, termination of employment contracts, transfers, or placement of senior county employees on compulsory leave. Mr. Speaker, in this case, I would like to note that the total number of individuals that have been either transferred, fired, or removed from their positions of power are actually 47 for the last 1 year. Mr. Speaker, I would also, number two, would like to have the committee provide reasons why these people have resigned, unilaterally terminated their employment with the county government, how many transfers without due process that have been done within the county government, how many individuals have been put on compulsory leave since the current administration took over power, and that, Mr. Speaker, falls under the Constitution, Section 45(2) of the County Government Act. Number three, Mr. Speaker, I would like the committee to outline the status of all legal matters within the Kenyan court system, both that have been resolved or are pending or are current matters current matters affecting the Kisii County government from the year 2021 to 2022. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, I would like the committee to clarify whether in its assessment, one can say that the Kisii County government has fully constituted a cabinet and a governance structure in spite of the current vacancies which affect the critical positions of all the senior officers in the executive within the county government. Mr. Speaker, I have a second question, which is on the alleged alteration of the county executive budget by the Kisii County government. I rise in pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek the statement from the Standing Committee on Finance and Budget regarding claims of the illegal alteration by the Kisii County government of the budget for the county executive. Mr. Speaker, as we speak right now, Kisii County government does not have a budget for the 3 financial years that we've passed. I would like, in that statement, to have the committee investigate allegations of the illegal alteration by the Kisii County executive of the supplementary estimates approved by the County Assembly of Kisii on the 5th December 2023. Number two, disclose the individuals liable in this illegality, detailing any actions taken against them, as well as any measures in place to remedy the situation, Mr. Speaker. Third, I would like the committee to explain the state of affairs of the Kisii County in light of the fact that the Controller of Budget has made a disqualification of all the past 2 county government budgets, that is for financial year 2022-2023 and financial year 2023-2024. Mr. Speaker, the third issue I would like to raise, and I rise pursuant of Standing Order 53 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Health regarding the management and operation of the Kisii Teaching and Referral Hospitals. Mr. Speaker, the operations of Kisii Teaching and Referral Hospital seem to be having a problem, whereby I would want the committee to inform this Senate the circumstances which led to the loss of medical equipment which was supplied by the Global Fund for the Teaching and Referral Hospital in Kisii, which everybody knows has got the round-the-clock security backed up CCTVs. They have got physical individuals who act as security guards, so that we can have a disclosure on the actions taken by both the hospital and the Kisii County government to investigate potentially try and recover the medical equipment and explain why the hospital chief executive officer has not yet provided any information or written a statement with the DCI in Kisii County. Mr. Speaker, I would also like the executive to inform the committee how much money was allocated for the purchase of drugs from the Mission for Essential Drugs and Supplies, which is MEDS, as well as other suppliers who have supplied medicines between the year 2023-24, and I hope that they will be giving us an itemized breakdown of the expenditure for the said drugs and every category thereof. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I would like to have a clarification on the committee whether Kisii County has procured the services of an insurance company which is meant to provide medical services to all the employees of the county in Kisii, the cost of that cover, and the range of benefits that the staff will have access to and under the said medical insurance cover. And most probably, finally, Mr. Speaker, I would like to know who the owners, the directors of that insurance company are. Mr. Speaker, question number 4 is, I stand here pursuant to order number 53 to 6, a statement from the Standing Committee Standing Committee on Labor and Social Welfare regarding labor matters flagged out in the 2023 audit of the management of human resource of Kisii County. Mr. Speaker, question number 1, can the county government explain why 128 officers who have been serving on probationary terms for over 6 months, contrary to Section B 13(1) of the County Public Service Human Resource Manual and Section 42(2) of the Employment Act, whether they are going to be confirmed or not? Number 2, Mr. Speaker, I would like the county executive to shed light on allegations of the employment of 901 employees who are being paid less than the minimum wage in contravention of the Employment Act of 2007. And number 3, Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask the county government to assess and give the committee the county's compliance with the National Cohesion and Integration Act, given that 96% of the county's workforce are from our dominant community, the dominant community of the Kisii, and very few other Kenyans have been given this opportunity. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I would like to have the county government review the human resource management practice in place, particularly the failure to implement the approval and promotions of 103 officers who work in the county government due with an excuse that is because of the budgetary complaints and constraints that are affecting this. Mr. Speaker, question number 4. In pursuant of Standing Order 53(1), I seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Finance and Budget regarding the financial mismanagement of several issues within the Kisii County Government. Number 1, I would want the county government to clarify whether there have been unsupported expenditure totaling 381,310,505 in salaries and allowances, and 58,887,358 has been utilized for domestic traveling within the last 1 year. Mr. Speaker, point number 2, I would want the committee to investigate the procurement process of Kisii County Government, particularly in the construction and refurbishment of roads within the county, and provide evidence, if necessary, for us to know who are the companies that were given those roads and what criteria was used, and whether the procurement and disposal law was followed for these individuals to be given those works. Number 3, Mr. Speaker, I would want the committee to be informed by the county government why about 44% of the county vehicles fleet and machinery, including all the equipment that the county government has got, they are all grounded, and all of them are dysfunctional, and all of them don't even have insurance policies taken on them. Mr. Speaker, I would also to ask for the committee to explain to this House the reason for the reported underfunding and under expenditure in certain budgetary lines, such as capacity building, which has led to the minimizing and which has led to the county government officers not being able to perform their services according to the law. Number 5, Mr. Speaker, I would want the committee to have the executive of Kisii County Government to explain to this House how much own source revenue the county government has collected for the last 2 years, and what amounts they have collected from the Kisii County Alcohol Control control fund. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I would want the committee to receive an explanation from the county government, from the control of budget and the Auditor General regarding 923. And Mr. Speaker, it's an important statement, I mentioned this. There have been 923 voided transactions on the IFMI system amounting to 261,015,000 during the financial year 2023-2024 relating to the Kisii County government expenditures. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I would like the county executive government to explain to this House, even when the Senate is working so much to make sure that we seek funding from the national government so that the county governments that we love dearly can receive the resources, why the Kisii County Executive is still holding 5.4 billion shillings in the CRF account, and yet the employees are not getting their salaries. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the time you've given me for this.
Senator Professor Ojenda. Any senator holding brief for a good professor? Those two statements are dropped. Senator Tabitha Keroche, having explained your absence to the satisfaction of the chair, your statements are hereby reinstated. You may now proceed to read the statements.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for giving this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to standing
Majority
order.
Leader, I know you're doing a very good job, but please don't interrupt with the flow of work in the Senate. Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to standing order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Finance and Budget concerning stalled projects and the allocation of development funds in the 2023-2024 budget for Nakuru County. In the statement, the committee should explain why the county government of Nakuru allocated only 4% for development in the 18.79 billion budget allocation. In disregard of the requirements of the Public Finance Management Act that counties allocate a minimum of 30% of their budget to development expenditure, and state the reasons for the numerous stalled projects in Nakuru County, particularly those inherited from the previous county governments, including Maimahio, Gilgil, and Orogroni level 4 hospitals, and the fish market in Naivasha Township, and provide timelines for their completion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, my second statement, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Finance and Budget regarding financial impropriety in the county government of Nakuru, particularly in respect of the financial year 2022-2023. In the statement, the committee should state the circumstances leading the misappropriation of 1.5 billion Kenya shillings by the county government of Nakuru through double payments and irregular procurement in the financial year 2022-2023, which includes the payment of 116 million to several law firms without the requisite documentations or evidence of provision of services. Explain why the county government of Nakuru paid 1.15 billion to staff not in the county payroll in the financial year 2022-2023. Failed to effect the court degree of 2019 arising from civil case number of 2016, resulting in the unnecessary and avoidable accumulation of 38,011,890 million in interest charges as at 30th June 2023. Did not deposit revenue generated by health facilities in the county into the county revenue fund in the said financial year as required by the law, and outline any measures put in place by the county government to seal all loopholes in the revenue collection system, which have facilitated the loss of public funds paid through dubious bank accounts and M-Pesa pay bill numbers. Signed by Senator Tabitha Keroche. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Senator Lelego.
A request for statements, for a statement on the acquisition of part of LR number Samburu/East Waso/1 in Samburu County by the national government. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Lands, Environment and Natural Resources concerning the impending compulsory acquisition of part of the land under reference LR number Samburu/East Waso/1, which is owned by the Losesia Community Group Ranch in Samburu County for use by the Ministry of Interior and National Administration as per the Gazette notice by the National Land Commission, NLC, on the 25th March 2024. Mr. Speaker, sir, the chairperson of the National Land Commission has published a notice indicating the Ministry of Interior and National Administration's intent to acquire the aforementioned land. There appears to be no evidence that the Losesia community was consulted or engaged in this process. While Article 40, subsection 3 of the Constitution allows for the acquisition of land by the state, it mandates that such acquisitions be conducted in the public interest. Mr. Speaker, sir, the acquisition of this land by the Ministry of Interior may not serve the public interest of the Samburu community, as the remaining land available to the community is scarce and vital for cultural practices and livestock rearing and or pastoralist lifestyle. In the statement, the committee should, 1, provide the justification for the proposed acquisition considering that the government is already currently leasing vast tracts of land from the group ranch for use by the National Intelligence Service, NIS, as well as over 80,000 acres for use by the Kenya Defence Forces, KDF, resulting to loss of livelihoods to the pastoral community. 2, state the criteria and guidelines used by the National Land Commission in approving the request from the Ministry of Interior and National Administration for the acquisition of the land. 3, investigate whether the proposed land for acquisition was mapped out and valued by the NLC as required by section 107(4)(a) of the Land Act. 4, indicate whether public participation was carried out by the NLC or the Ministry of Interior and National Administration as envisioned by Articles 40, subsection 3 and 232, subsection 1D of the Constitution to establish the needs of the Losesia community vis-a-vis the need to develop security infrastructure and a training facility in Samburu County. And lastly, 5, provide the criteria proposed to be used by the NLC, provide the criteria proposed to be used by the NLC in assessing the value of the community land for purposes of facilitating prompt payment of just compensation to the affected persons. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Now, honorable senators, I will rearrange the sequence of today's order paper. Instead of proceeding with order number 7B, we will call order number 8, and maybe thereafter we'll come back to restricted comments on the statements that had been made before we allow the normal flow of today's order paper. So, yes, just call all the orders that are due for division. Clerk.
Order number 8, the T Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 1 of 2023, second reading division. Order number 9, the Conflict of Interest Bill, 2023, National Assembly Bill number 12 of 2023, second reading division. Order number 10, the National Rating Bill, National Assembly Bills number 55 of 2022, second reading division. Order number 11, the Gambling Control Bill, National Assembly Bills number 70 of 2023, second reading division. Order number 12, the County Government's Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 25 of 2023, second reading division.
Sergeant at Arms, kindly ring the division bell for 5 minutes.
The quorum bell is currently on at the Senate for the House to proceed into division of 3 bills. Among the bills is the Conflict of Interest Bill, a bill originating from the National Assembly, Bill number 12 of the year 2023, as well as the T Amendment Bill, a bill from the Senate, Bill number 1 of the year 2023. Looking at the Tea Amendment Bill is an act of Parliament seeking to amend the Tea Act to provide for direct sales and payment of tea proceeds and for the connected purposes. In the memoranda of the Tea Amendment Bill is that the principal object of the bill seeks to amend certain provisions in the Tea Act of 2020 to protect tea growers' proceeds from matters mismanagement by factories. The bill also aims to incentivize value addition of tea by exempting value-added tea from payment of the tea levy. This bill further seeks to liberalize the tea industry. This will be done through direct sales of the tea overseas. Statements on whether the bill concerns the county government. The sponsor of the bill, Senator Hilary Sigei, says that agriculture plays a vital role in the economy of the most county governments. It is the leading industrial crop in terms of its contribution to the country's gross domestic product, and it is therefore important that the tea industry is regulated and supported in terms of policy and matters law. The bill delegates legislative powers to the Cabinet Secretary, but does not limit the fundamental rights and freedom. The other bill that the House is set to vote on this afternoon is the National Rating Bill. This is National Assembly Bills number 55 of the year 2022, as well as the Gambling Control Bill, Bill number 70 of the year 2023. The County Government's Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 25 of the year 2023 by Senator Samson Cherargei, is equally another bill that senators are set to proceed into division on this afternoon. And a look at this bill by the Senator for Nandi County, Senator Samson Cherargei, in regards to streamlining county affairs, is that this is an act of Parliament set to amend the County Government Act to increase the threshold for the removal of a member of a county executive committee and for the connected purposes. This bill by Senator Samson Cherargei seeks to streamline affairs in the 47 county assemblies across the nation. The Gaming and Control Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bills number 70 of the year 2023 by the Senate Leader of the Majority Party, is equally another bill that senators will be voting on this afternoon to either vote to adopt the bill or reject it altogether. And this particular bill is a bill on matters prohibition against playing games of chance on licensed betting premises. This bill seeks to have a prohibition of children undertake matters to do with lotteries, in the country. This Gaming Control Bill 2023 by the Senate Leader of the Majority Party, Senator Aaron Cheruiyot, is an act of parliament to provide for the regulation of betting, casinos, and other forms of gambling, authorization of prize competitions and public lotteries, for the establishment of the Gambling Regulatory Authority of Kenya, for the imposition of tax on betting and other forms of gambling for the connected purposes. I further look into this particular bill that seeks to regulate gambling and licensing of the industry. Is that this particular bill seeks to have an authority established to regulate matters gambling in the country, owing to the effect gambling has had on the society in terms of mental health occasioned by losses incurred during betting.
Close the door and draw the bar. Now, honorable senators, as the doors are being closed, kindly proceed to log out. Sergeant at arms, go around and pick the cards that are still in the delegates unit. Sergeant at arms, if you're done, kindly let me know. You're done? Now, honorable senators, I'll proceed to put the question. First, I'm going to allow the clerk to call the order. We are going to save time, we are going to call the order. You proceed to vote. We'll record the results, but I'm not going to announce them. We'll proceed to vote for the next order, and thereafter I'll rise to read out the results of all the division. That way we'll be able to save time. So clerk, proceed to call the first order that is due for division. So we proceed with order number 8, which has been read. And I'm going to put the question on order number 8, which is that the conflict of interest bill, National Assembly bills, that is number 9, sorry, number 8, which is the T Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 1 of 2023. And I'll proceed to put the question that the T Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 1 of 2023, be now read a second time. You may log in and proceed to vote. Voting is electronically. Clerk, just hold voting and reboot the system. Clerk, is the system ready? You may now proceed to vote, honorable senators. Now, honorable senators, because of the failure of the system, we will resort to voting manually. That means we will be using the roll call. So when you're called out, you proceed to vote for the 5 bills at a go. So clerk, proceed to call by way of the roll call, and voting shall be done manually. Can we have tellers for ayes and the nays? Senator Morango, where did you appear from? Just have your seat. Can we have tellers for ayes? Beatrice is voting. Okay. So we may proceed, the clerk. Let's proceed to save on time. Now, honorable senators, because you're going to vote for the 5 bills at once, I'll put the 5 questions. I'll proceed with order number 8. The question is that the T Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 1 of 2023, be now read a second time. For order number 9, the question is that the Conflict of Interest Bill, National Assembly Bills number 12 of 2023, be now read a second time. Order number 10, the question is that the National Rating Bill, National Assembly Bills number 55 of 2022, be now read a second time. Order number 11, the question is that the Gambling Control Bill, National Assembly Bills number 70 of 2023, be now read a second time. Order number 12, the question is that the County Assembly, the County Government Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 25 of 2023 be now read a second time. You may now proceed to vote by way of roll call. Clerk, proceed.
Senator Abbas Sheikh Mohammed, Wajir County.
Thank you. Honorable Speaker, I vote yes for the 5 bills.
Senator Adan Dulo Fatuma, Siolo County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes for the 5 bills.
Senator Boy Isa Juma, Kwale County. Senator Cherarkei Samson, Nandi County. Senator Cheriot Aaron Kipkirui, Kericho County.
I vote yes for the 5 bills.
Senator Chesang Alan, Trans Nzoia County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes for all the 5 bills.
Senator Chute Mohammed Said, Marsabit County.
I vote yes for all the 5 bills.
Senator Ekomwa James Lomenen, Turkana County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes for the 5 bills.
Senator Haji Abdul Mohammed, Garissa County.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I vote yes for the 5 bills.
Senator Kajwang Moses Otieno, Homa Bay County.
Mr. Speaker, Homa Bay votes yes. All the 5 bills.
Senator Kamau Joseph Giduku, Lamu County. Senator Kaduri Murungi, Meru County. Senator Keroche Tabitha Karanja, Nakuru County.
Mr. Speaker, sir, on behalf of the Nakuru County people, I vote yes for all the 5 bills.
Senator Halwale Boni, Kakamega County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes for all of them. For all of them.
Order. You voted well. Have a seat.
Senator Kipkorir William Cheptumo, Baringo County.
Baringo votes yes for the 5 bills.
Senator Kisang William Kipkemoi, Elgeyo Marakwet County.
Thank you, Speaker. Elgeyo Marakwet County votes yes for all the 5 bills.
Senator Lelegwe Steve Lutumbesi, Samburu County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes for all the 5 bills.
Senator Manzo Daniel Kitonga, Makueni County.
Mr. Speaker, Makueni votes yes for the 5 bills.
Senator Mazayo Stewart Mwachiru, Kilifi County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes for the 5.
Senator Mandago Jackson Keblagat, Wasingishu County.
Senator Ledama, Senator Sifuna, and the minority leader. Approach the chair, please.
Senator Medu John Muia, Nyandarua County.
Honorable Speaker, sir, I vote yes for all the 5 bills.
Senator Mogeni Eric Okongo, Nyamira County. Senator Mundigi Alexander Munyi, Embu County.
Mr. Speaker, sir, Embu County vote yes for 5 all bills.
Senator Mungatana Danson Buya, Tana River County.
Mr. Speaker, Tana River County votes yes for all the 5 bills. Thank you.
Senator Murango James Kamau, Kirinyaga County.
Yes, sir. Kirinyaga votes yes for all the 5 bills.
Senator Mudama Agnes Kavindu, Machakos County.
Mr. Speaker, Machakos votes yes for all the 5 bills.
Senator Mwaruma Jones Mwashishe, Taita Taveta County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes for all the 5 bills.
Senator Mwenda Gataya Mofaya, Tharaka Nithi County. Senator Mwinyahaji Mohamed Faki, Mombasa County.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I vote yes for all the 5 bills.
Senator Nderitu John Kinywa, Laikipia County.
Mr. Speaker, Laikipia votes yes for the 5 bills.
Senator Ngugi Joe Joseph Nyutu, Muranga County. Senator Ojienda Odhiambo Tom, Kisumu County.
Kisumu votes yes for all the 5 bills.
Senator Oginga Oburu, Siaya County.
Mr. Speaker, sir, Siaya County votes yes for all the 5 bills. Thank you.
Senator Okech Eddie Gisheru, Migoro County. Senator Okoiti Andrew Omtata, Busia County.
Busia votes yes for all the 5 bills.
Senator Olekina Ledama, Narok County.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of Narok County, I vote yes for all the 5 bills.
Senator Onyonka Richard Momoima, Kisii County. Senator Osotsi Godfrey Atieno, Vihiga County.
Vihiga County votes yes for all the 5 bills.
Senator Recha Julius Murgo, West Pokot County. Senator Roba Ali Ibrahim, Mandera County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes for all the 5 bills.
Senator Seki Lenku Olekanar, Kajiado County. Senator Sifuna Edwin Watenya, Nairobi County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes for all the 5 bills.
Senator Dhangwa Paul Karungo, Kiambu County. Senator Wafula David Wakoli, Bungoma County. Senator Wakili Hillary Kiprotich Sigei, Bomet County. Senator Wamatinga Wahome, Nyeri County.
Mr. Speaker, sir, Nyeri County votes yes on all the 5 bills.
Senator Wambua Enoch, Kitui County.
Mr. Speaker, for and on behalf of the great people of Kitui County, I vote yes for the 5 bills.
Order, honorable senators. Senator Betty and Senator Murango, take your seats. Senator James Murango. Now, honorable senators, the results of the division are now in, and they are as follows. For order number 8, the ayes 32, nays 0, abstention 0. So the ayes have it.
A bill for an act of parliament to amend the Tea Act to provide for direct sales of tea, the payment of tea proceeds, and for connected purposes.
For order number 9, the results are as follows. Ayes 32, nays 0, abstention 0, so the ayes have it.
A bill for an act of parliament to provide for the management and regulation of conflict of interest and for connected purposes.
The results for order number 10 are as follows. The ayes 32, nays 0, abstention 0, so the ayes have it.
A bill for an act of parliament to provide a comprehensive framework for imposition of rates on land and buildings by county governments, to provide for the violation of rateable property, to provide for the appointment and powers of valuers, to provide for the establishment, powers and functions of the National Rating Tribunal, and for connected purposes.
The result for division on order number 11 are as follows. Ayes 32, nays 0, abstention 0. So the ayes have it.
A bill for an act of parliament to provide for the regulation of betting, casinos and other forms of gambling, authorization of prize competitions and public lotteries, for the establishment of the Gambling Regulatory Authority of Kenya, for the imposition of tax on betting and other forms of gambling, and for connected purposes.
The result for the division on order number 12 are as follows. The ayes 32, nays 0, abstention 0, so the ayes have it.
A bill for an act of parliament to amend the County Governments Act to increase the threshold for removal of a member of County Executive Committee and for connected purposes.
Honorable Senators, that brings us to the end of the division on those 5 bills. Subject at terms, you may now proceed to open the door and withdraw the bar. Now, honorable senators, we will move to statements pursuant to Standing Order 56-1B. The Chairperson, Standing Committee on Land, Environment and Natural Resources. Proceed, Senator.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I'm being harassed by the leader majority. Honorable Speaker, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 56-1B of the Senate Standing Orders to make a statement relating to the activities of the Standing Committee on Land, Environment and Natural Resources during the period between 1st of January to 16th of April 2024. Honorable Speaker, the Senate Standing Committee on Land, Environment and Natural Resources is established under Standing Order 2283 of the Senate Standing Orders and is mandated to consider all matters relating to lands and settlement, environment, forestry, wildlife, mining, water resource management, and development. Honorable Speaker, during the period under review, the committee held a total of 15 sittings, during which it considered 4 bills, 6 petitions and 1 legislative proposal and 12 statements. Honorable Speaker, the committee held meetings with the Ministry of Lands and Public Works, Housing and Urban Development on a bill and further sought written responses on petitions and statements. In addition, written responses were sought with some responses still pending from the following stakeholders: the Ministry of Environment, Climate Change and Forestry, the Ministry of Water, Sanitation and Irrigation, the Ministry of Mining, Blue Economy and Maritime Affairs, the Ministry of Tourism, Wildlife and Heritage, and the National Land Commission. On legislative proposal, Honorable Speaker, during the period under review, the committee considered the Environmental Laws Amendment Bill 2023, a legislative proposal sponsored by Senator Abdul Haji, MP, and the committee communicated back to the Speaker its resolutions on 12 March 2024, pursuant to Standing Order 133A. On bills, Honorable Speaker, the committee considered and tabled the reports on the following 2 bills. Number 1, the Water Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 33 of 2023. The committee held meetings with the Council of Governors, the National Treasury, the Kenya Association of Manufacturers, the Water Services and Sanitation Providers Association, the Water Services Regulatory Board, who comprised part of the targeted stakeholders to deliberate the bill. The committee thereafter tabled its report on 20th February 2024. Number 2, the Meteorology Bill, Senate Bill number 45 of 2023. The committee met the Ministry of Environment and Climate Change and Forestry, the Hydrological Society of Kenya, and Google at its retreat held on 23rd February 2024, and thereafter considered the submissions and tabled a report in the House on the 19th of March 2024. Honorable Speaker, the committee is currently considering the following 4 bills. Number 1, the Real Estate Regulation Bill, Senate Bills number 35 of 2023. The committee has met the Council of Governors, the Ministry of Lands, Housing and Urban Development, Institution of Surveyors of Kenya, the Estate Legislation Board, the Kenya Alliance of Residents Association, and the Kenya Property Developers Association in a retreat held on 23rd February 2024. The committee is considering the submissions and will be submitting a report on the bill in due course before the next reporting period. The National Rating Bill 2022, National Assembly Bill number 55 of 2022. The committee met the National Treasury and Economic Planning, the Ministry of National Treasury and Economic Planning, the Ministry of Lands, Housing and Urban Development, the National Land Commission, and the Council of Governors in its retreat held on 23rd of February 2024. The committee considered its draft report and is scheduled to adopt and will be submitting a report to this House in due course. The Wildlife Conservation and Management Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 46 of 2023. Honorable Speaker, the bill is sponsored by Senator Jones Mwaruma, MP, and was first read a first time on the 14th of February 2024. The advertisement for inviting submissions of memoranda was done on the 16th February 2024. The committee is scheduled to meet stakeholders as it continues to receive written memoranda on the bill. The Wildlife Conservation Management Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 49 of 2023. The bill is sponsored by Senator Lenku Seki Orekanar, MP, and was first read the first time on the 21st of March 2024. The advertisement inviting submission of memoranda was done on the 25th March 2024, and the committee is scheduled to meet stakeholders as it continues to receive written memoranda on the bill. Petitions. Honorable Speaker, the committee has 9 petitions committed to it that are pending and under consideration. The committee has since managed to consider 4 of the petitions during the reporting period, following the receipt of written submissions from the Ministry of Lands, Housing and Urban Development. The petitions are, number 1, the petition by Nyandarua IDPs on delayed compensation and occupation of parcels of land bought for their settlement between 2010 and 2013. Number 2, a petition by Marungu residents within Mchange Mwanda Ward, Taita Taveta County. Number 3, a petition by the Cultural Environmental Care Society, SECARE Society, concerning the conversion of RR number 209/2378/1 Pumwani Majengo from public to private. And number 4, a petition by representatives of Mwabudusi land squatters in Babaracho Ward in Kisii County. Honorable Speaker, the committee endeavors to ensure the completion of the remainder of the petitions that are pending by the next deputing period as it pursues the responses from relevant stakeholders. Statements. Honorable Speaker, cumulatively, the committee has received a total of 108 statements, out of which 71 have been concluded and 37 are pending before the committee. This translates to a completion rate of 66%. The committee is yet to receive responses on some of the statements. During the period under review, 13 statements were considered by the committee and dispatched to the relevant senators, and a detailed analysis is annexed herein. Honorable Speaker, the Ministry of Lands, Public Works, Housing and Urban Development requested for additional time to provide a comprehensive response to the statements that are also annexed herein. Given the large number of statements before this committee, a more comprehensive, updated tracker is available providing a status of each of the statements. Honorable Speaker, in conclusion, I wish to thank your office and that of the Clerk of the Senate for the continuous support that has been accorded to this committee in undertaking its work. Lastly, I would wish to thank the members of the committee for their commitment and diligence in contributing to this, to the committee activities. I thank you, Honorable Speaker. Signed by myself, the chairman of that committee.
The Chairperson, Standing Committee on National Cohesion, Equal Opportunity and Regional Integration.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I want to issue a statement on the activities of the Standing Committee on National Cohesion, Equal Opportunity and Regional Integration for the period of January to March 2024, issued pursuant to Standing Order 56-1B. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 56-1B to make a statement on activities of the Standing Committee on National Cohesion, Equal Opportunity and Regional Integration for the period commencing January to March 2024. 2, Mr. Speaker, sir, the Standing Committee on National Cohesion, Equal Opportunity and Regional Integration is established under Standing Order 228-1 of the Standing Orders and is mandated to consider all matters relating to the pursuit of national and inter-community cohesion, the equalization of opportunities and improvement in the quality of life and status of all persons, regional integration, the East African Legislative Assembly, and Pan-African Parliament. 3, Mr. Speaker, sir, during the reporting period, the committee has carried out various activities pertaining to its mandate. As a snapshot, the committee has transacted the following legislative business. 1, the committee has processed 8 statements which were sought from the committee. The committee has considered and concluded 3 and is yet to conclude another 5. This statement are pending before the committee upon appearance of the invited stakeholders. Annex 1 lists the status of each of the 8 statements that were brought before the committee. 2, the committee visited Marsabit County on 23rd to 24th February 2024. The primary focus was on advocating for peace with the aim of fostering an atmosphere of peaceful coexistence among these communities. The committee noted that the fight between the Gabra and the Turkana was occasioned by the limited resources lack of water and pasture for their livestock. The committee successfully mediated a long-standing dispute between the warring communities, bringing harmony to their previous strained coexistence, which has threatened further animosity between the community, led to displacement of people, loss of lives and property. 3, the committee is currently considering an inquiry into demographic composition of employees of the state agencies in terms of gender, person with disabilities, age, and ethnicity. The mechanism put in place to ensure that persons with disabilities, women, and minorities are adequately represented in the organization, and any audit or assessments undertaken in the last 3 years to ascertain the level of inclusivity in the recruitment process. The committee, in pursuit its mandate, embarked on an inquiry to ascertain whether the state agencies and commissions have complied with the Constitution of Kenya 2010, laying emphasis on Article 54 in their staff establishment and recruitment. The committee has so far held meetings with Teacher Service Commission, Kenya Revenue Authority, Kenya Post Authority, Kenya Industrial Research and Development Institute, Export Processing Zone Authority, National Irrigation Board, Kenya Meat Commission, Kenya Seed Company, Kenya Maritime Authority, National Social Security Fund, Kenya Leather Development Council, and the Kenya Dairy Board. In the coming 2 months, Honorable Speaker, from April to May, the committee has planned meetings with Tourism Fund, Youth Enterprise Fund, Energy and Petroleum Regulatory Authority, the Bomas Geothermal Development Company, Kenya Forestry Research Institute, National Government Constituency Development Fund, Rural Electrification and Renewable Energy Corporation, Kenya Roads Board, Kenya School of Government, Kenya Industrial Estate, Uwezo Fund, the Kenya Cooperative Creameries, Kenya Wildlife Service, the National Land Commission, the Kenya Electricity Generating Company, and Sports and Social Development Fund. It is shocking to note that none of them have complied with Article 54(2) that states that the state shall ensure the progressive implementation of the principle that at least 5% of the members of the public in elective and appointive bodies are persons with disability. Mr. Speaker, sir, the committee in future plans to retreat with the Public Service Commission to consider responses on inquiry the committee is undertaking on Kenya diversity in the staff composition in the public service. 2, an inquiry into the state of access of physical infrastructure of roads, buildings, including sidewalks, ramps, pathways, entrances, exits, elevators, parking spaces, and other relevant facilities by persons living with disability. Number 3, undertake county visit to Lamu County and other hotspots areas to supervise government agencies on peace-building initiatives and oversight county government on issues of inclusivity. And finally, 4, consideration of the proposed county youth bill. Honorable Speaker, lastly, I wish to appreciate on behalf of my committee the Office of the Speaker, the Senate leadership, and the Office of the Clerk of the Senate for the steadfast support that they have accorded to this committee. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The Chairperson, Standing Committee on National Security, Defense and Foreign Relations.
I rise pursuant to Standing Order 56(1)B to make a statement on the activities of the Standing Committee on the National Security, Defense and Foreign Relations for the period commencing 1st January to 19th April 2024. Mr. Speaker, during the period under review, the committee held a total of 10 sittings, considered 1 legislative proposal, 2 bills, 13 statements, and 4 petitions. In respect of legislative proposals, the committee is currently considering the Protection of Critical Infrastructure Bill 2024, sponsored by Senator Alan Chesang, MP. The bill seeks to establish a robust institutional mechanism for identification, designation, and securing of vital assets that are essential for the country's social and economic stability, national defense, and public safety. In respect of bills, the committee is considering the following: the Fire and Rescue Professionals Bill 2023, Senate Bills number 55 of 2023, sponsored by Senator Mohammed Sheikh Abbas, MP, and the Narcotic, Drugs, and Psychotropic Substance Control Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 1 of 2024, sponsored by Senator Kathuri Murungi, MP. The committee has received submissions from the public on 2 bills and is in the process of finalizing the proposed amendments and its report on the Fire and Rescue Services Professional Bills 2023. With regard to the Narcotic, Drugs, and Psychotropic Substance Amendment Bill, the committee is scheduled to hold a stakeholders forum and county visits to receive further submissions, including expert opinions on the bill. Mr. Speaker, with respect to statements before the committee, a total of 13 statements were sought from the committee during the period under review as annexed to this statement. Out of this, the committee has received a total of 4 responses to the statements sought, which were shared with the respective senators, and awaits responses to 6 statements from the relevant ministries. The committee is also following up on 8 pending responses to the statements sought during the second session. With respect to petitions, the committee is currently considering the following petitions: petition concerning the rampant theft of livestock in Kajiado East and Kajiado West sub-counties and Kajiado County at large; petition on the state of insecurity in Turkana County; petition concerning persistent insecurity, cattle rustling, loss of lives and property in Loroki and Malaso divisions in Samburu County; and a petition by Isaiah Ochanda concerning the non-fulfillment of a court order and decree made against the Ministry of Defense and the Attorney General and the non-payment of disability pension. The committee has experienced, Mr. Speaker, going forward, the committee intends to hold a report writing retreat between 25th and 29th April of 2024 to finalize on legislative business before it, and hold a stakeholders forum and visits in Meru, Kirinyaga, Embu counties to receive further submissions on the Narcotic, Drugs, and Psychotropic Substance Control Bill of 2024. Fast track the consideration of legislative business pending before respective committees, particularly such business as may be subject to timelines provided under the standing orders or any other law. Senator Karen Nyamu, Vice Chair, Standing Committee on National Security, Defense, and Foreign Relations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Professor Tom Agenda, having explained yourself, you may now proceed to read your statements.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise to seek a statement on vocational training centers in Kisumu County. Mr. Speaker, I rise pursuant to Order 53.1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Education regarding the state of vocational training centers in Kisumu County. In the statement, the committee should, 1, indicate whether Kisumu County government has in place policies on vocational training and development, and if so, state them. Secondly, provide a list of all vocational training centers in Kisumu County while reporting on their operational status, and elaborate on the measures taken to enhance functioning of partially operational centers. Third, provide information concerning the availability of financial aid and or scholarship for students enrolled in vocational training centers in the county, stating the eligibility criteria. Present a breakdown of the revenue generated from vocational training centers in Kisumu County from the year 2017 to date. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, outline strategies employed by the county government to enhance the quality of training and training programs offered in the vocational training centers, and elucidate on the initiatives aimed at interrogating programs offered by the vocational centers with the local industries to ensure the relevance and employability of graduates from the institutions. Mr. Speaker, sir, my second statement is on the establishment on market centers and the establishment of the trade fund in Kisumu County. I rise pursuant to Order 53.1, Mr. Speaker, sir, to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Trade, Industrialization and Tourism regarding the state of market centers and the purported establishment of the Kisumu Trade Fund in Kisumu County. In the statement, the committee should, 1, report on the state of markets in Kisumu County, indicating the occupancy rate and the level of revenue generated by the operational markets. Secondly, provide details of all stalled market projects in the county while outlining the reasons for their stalling and also indicate the timeline for completion of the said projects. Third, elucidate on the legal framework for the establishment of the Kisumu Trade Fund and outline the process followed in selecting Kenya Commercial Bank, KCB, to oversee the administration of the fund. And lastly, state the criteria used to allocate resources to the fund, providing a list of traders who have benefited from the trade fund, as well as the criteria used in the selection of beneficiaries. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Honorable Senators, there's a communication from the Chair. In the public gallery, we have 30 pathfinders from Seventh-day Adventist Church in Soikimau East, Machakos County, who are undertaking a one-day study tour in the Senate. Honorable Senators, in our usual tradition of receiving and welcoming visitors to Parliament, I extend a warm welcome to them, and on behalf of the Senate and on my own behalf, wish them a fruitful visit. Senator of Makueni, you can welcome them.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me take the opportunity as a co-chair of the National Prayer Breakfast and also as a Seventh-day Adventist to invite the Pathfinders, Mr. Speaker. The Pathfinders are usually young children who are trained from an early age on the virtues of life and also trained on skills of first aid, among other life skills. And Mr. Speaker, I take this opportunity to invite them, to welcome them and ask them to learn and get to know as a school-going children that in all the examinations of primary and secondary, there will be a question on one thing or another to do with the Parliament. So they should have an advantage when they go back to their schools and during their exams. I wish them well. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Senator. Next order. Senator Gloria, I don't have any information about comments. Approach the chair. Very well, Senators. We're going to take comments on the statements. I will only allow 2 comments. We will start with Senator Gloria.
Thank you, Speaker, for this opportunity. I would like to comment on Senator Onyonka's statement, and he had, I think, about 3 statements on touching on Kisii County and the operations of Kisii County, Mr. Speaker. In one of the statements, Senator Onyonka was highlighting issues in terms of the HR, the human resource of Kisii County. And in his statement, he has given a list of about 40 plus employees, most of them being chief officers from the previous county government that have been fired, some who resigned, and I think others have been transferred. Mr. Speaker, I know that it is in our duty as the senators and as the upper house to ensure that devolution is working. However, Mr. Speaker, I want to point out that the issue that we are having in Kisii County is not lack of leadership. I think we are also not understanding how county governments were set to work. For instance, any new government that comes in on the county level, we are guided by the County Government Act, Mr. Speaker. And if you look at section 30, 31, 45, and 46, it clearly stipulates that once a new county government comes into place, then the governor has the powers to ensure that he gets a team that can deliver to the people. And therefore, some of the questions that were on the first statement highlighting that it could be, or maybe insinuating that we could have a problem of people being fired illegally, are actually based on no specific facts that are there, Mr. Speaker. I have confirmed that the 40+ employees are most of them are chief officers from the previous county government. Some of them are people who served with the former governor. So therefore, I don't see a problem there. However, something should be there.
One moment, Gloria. What is your point of order, Munihaji?
I've listened to the comments from Senator Oroba, and it is my humble opinion that those comments should be directed to the committee that will be dealing with this statement at the time the committee sits, because she's sort of contradicting what the request for the statement was made by Senator Onyonka. Thank you.
Gloria, I hope you're guided.
Mr. Speaker, I'm guided. However, I am also guided by the same standing orders that we have of this floor, that I can contribute and add my voice to a statement that has been read. I come from Kisii County. I'm very sure that Senator Faki does not come from Kisii County. And so, as I comment and I contribute, these are some of the things that you should take, if you are in that committee, to consider, Mr. Speaker. However, I'm well guided. Mr. Speaker, I want to also highlight, and in my comments, Mr. Speaker, Kisii County has had a history of ghost workers, and this was from the previous county government. It is an issue that has been highlighted in the Labour Committee. It is an issue that has been highlighted even in this House. And Mr. Speaker, some of the questions that Senator Onyonka has raised should be looked into. But what I'm trying to say, Mr. Speaker, is as we are playing oversight and we are coming to highlight issues of the county, because we are the ones who come from those counties, so we know what is happening there. We should also be able to guide the House within the framework, the legal framework, and we are guided by the County Government Act, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there has been a highlight of, and this is a very, very important issue. Senator Onyonka highlighted that indeed we have had as Kisii County 2 financial year budgets, what he claims have been disqualified. The controller of budget has raised certain issues within those budgets that were there. That is true, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, in my own opinion, I think Kisii County is lacking capacity within the Ministry of Finance to be able to draft budgets that are guided with our laws. So, Mr. Speaker, when we say that we have had, I think he talked about over 200 million Kenya shillings worth of transactions that have been voided by IFMIS, Mr. Speaker. When a transaction is voided by IFMIS, it is not a county government official who voids the transaction. I think we all know that sometimes when we have problems, for instance, there is an error, then IFMIS and the officers on the other side will be forced to actually void the transaction. So what we should be asking is, can we be given the reasons of the voided transactions? Because you can have even more than 1,000 transactions voided, not because you are doing any corrupt dealings, but because you don't have the capacity to do the right thing. And I think if we have accountants in the House, they will tell you a small error can actually cause the controller of budget to disqualify, quote unquote, a budget. Mr. Speaker, it is indeed true that we have I'm trying to get the exact figure. It is true that we have 5.4 billion Kenya shillings that is domiciled now in the CRS account, Mr. Speaker. But that is because you cannot spend money against a budget that already has been disqualified, so to speak, by the controller of budget. It's an issue of the chicken or the egg. So what I sense that is happening, because as well, if you have two budgets that you have fronted, that have been approved and by the county assembly and fronted, but have been disqualified by the control of budget, the control of budget gives you a reason. They might say maybe you have exceeded the spending percentage of human resource or whatever. There is a reason. So what I see is happening with this issue of Kisii County having money that we are unable to spend, if you ask me, based on the facts that I am presenting, is that we lack, or that team in particular, and it is something that I want to call upon the governor, we are lacking capacity. Because, you know, if you've made one wrong decision on a budget, there is no way again you repeat the wrong decision. So if the control of budget is highlighting all these things that are being done wrong, then we need to now, in fact, the Senate Committee on Finance and Devolution should probably go and carry out a capacity building to the team that is involved there. That is how we are supposed to assist to ensure that devolution is working. But otherwise, the 5.4 billion is domiciled in the CRS account. And if you know how county assemblies work, that money is within the county assembly. And as soon as we figure out the issue of the red flags that are being highlighted by the control of budget, then we should be able to spend that. Mr. Speaker, I want to conclude by saying that the issue of employees, both on national and particularly on county level, we have governors who, towards the end of their term, what they do because they know they are leaving, maybe they are second-term governors, they actually turn employees into permanent and pensionable. This is an issue that is being discussed even now by our Cabinet Secretary of Public Service. We have to understand that county governments are every 5 years constituted. They are political, it's an executive entity that is actually influenced by politics. So what we need to legislate and cure is to ensure that any official, any person coming to work gets a contract of 5 years. Because the same County Government Act gives the governor the powers to bring a new team. So then what happens to the old team? Automatically, in order for us not to have a bloated wage bill, the old team has to either resign or be fired. So I think, Mr. Speaker, in all fairness, Kisii County is trying very hard to work within the constraints of our legal framework on the county governments. And I'm actually happy that we are being told that 5.3 billion is still domiciled in the CRS account and has not been looted. Because in other county governments, they don't have any money in their accounts, yet they have nothing to show for it. I would rather that if the budget has raised a lot of red flags, that the governor takes his time together with the county assembly to ensure that we are following the processes of procuring or whatever it is that we need to do to spend that money, Mr. Speaker. With these remarks then, I want to urge, I don't know which committee these questions and statements will be directed, but I want to urge that committee, Mr. Speaker, to not take anything on face value. Because on face value, when you bring a list of 40 people who you claim have been fired illegally, yet these 40 people are all COs or staff members from the old regime, I think it is not in good faith, Mr. Speaker. So I want to support that statement in the sense that Kisii County needs capacity building on the financial element so that the control of budget does not keep sending us back to go and sit down and do the right thing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Oburu Oginga of Siaya.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to comment briefly on the statement sought by the Senator for Machakos County, Madam Agnes Kavindu. Mr. Speaker, this is on the failure of the state universities to remit statutory deductions from their employees. Mr. Speaker, sir, this is a very, very serious problem, and it is not only with the universities. It is with the very, very many state corporations that they don't remit those deductions which they make from their workers. And this affects the workers not only at the time of they retire, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, this affects them even while they are still in employment, Mr. Speaker. Because sometimes if you take like the one of the National Hospital Insurance Fund, Mr. Speaker, people are insured with their families, and their monies are deducted every month from their salaries. And when they go to dispensaries, they go to health centers, they go to hospitals to seek treatment, they are denied treatment because they are told that they are not up to date in their contributions. Mr. Speaker, this actually affects the livelihood, and many people even die because when you are refused treatment. Sometimes, Mr. Speaker, you don't have any other money to pay for the treatment, and the only way is to go to heaven. And Mr. Speaker, there's also the other issue of people being detained in hospitals because of a lack of money to pay, and yet money is being held by the employers. Counties do it. They always find that the easiest way the easiest money to use are statutory deductions, because these are deducted and there is nobody immediately demanding that they remit these monies to the institutions who are concerned. And Mr. Speaker, finally, if it is pensions, you might not be aware that your organization your university has been deducting pensions from your salary every month, which you see glaringly, but you might not be aware that these same people are not remitting the same to the institutions where that money is supposed to go. Sometimes they take it supposedly on good purpose, that is with good intentions, that they are going to refund it when their monies come, because sometimes remittances from the government delays, particularly for universities. They don't get their remittances in time, and they might dip their hands into some of these statutory deductions, thinking that when the monies eventually come from the department, from the government, they are going to refund. But, Mr. Speaker, money is sometimes sweet, and their demands are very many, their needs are very many. So sometimes when they eventually get their allocations from the ministries, they find that it is not possible for them to remit it to those institutions because nobody has demanded from them. So they continue to spend money, and these ones turn into what is called the pending bills. Mr. Speaker, this thing called pending bills is a very, very big monster. It is something which has failed, which has made businesses to collapse. It is something which has sent people bankrupt. It is something which, Mr. Speaker, sir, has made many people to even commit suicide because they don't have any other ways of paying their debts when they have contributed to the government and when they want to continue with their normal businesses. Mr. Speaker, this thing of pending bills, we must find a way of eliminating it completely from the government, and there should be some measures of punishment for those organizations which deliberately dip their hands into statutory deductions which they have made from the workers. This is from the workers' sweat. These people have sweated to work. And then when they are working, the deductions are being made, and the organizations are using it sometimes on luxurious things. And these people are completely unaware that these deductions are not being put to proper use where the monies are supposed to be put, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, I stand to very, very strongly support this statement sought by Senator Kavindu, and I hope the committee to which it has been referred will do thorough investigations and report back to the House on their findings on these statutory deductions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Thank you, Senator. Next order. Honorable Senators, for the convenience of the House, we're going to reorganize the order paper. We move to the motion by Senator Mwenye order number 21. Next order.
Orodha 21 hoja kuidhinishwa kwa ruzuku ya masharti kwa ujenzi wa uwanja wa manispaa ya Mombasa.
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika kwa kunipa fursa hii, na ningependa pia kabla sija endelea na hoja hii kuwataka radhi baadhi ya maseneta ambao walitarajia labda kwamba hoja hii tutaizungumzia kwa lugha ya Kiingereza. Japokuwa awali nilileta hoja kwa lugha ya Kiingereza, nimeona kwamba itakuwa bora tuizungumze kwa lugha ya Kiswahili ili watu wengi waweze kufuata nchini, na vile vile pia watu wa kaunti ya Mombasa waweze kuelewa yale ambayo tutazungumzia. Mheshimiwa Spika, hoja ni kuidhinishwa kwa ruzuku ya masharti kwa ujenzi wa uwanja wa manispaa ya Mombasa. Kufahamu kwamba sehemu ya pili ya ratiba ya 4 ya katiba ya Kenya inazipa serikali za kaunti jukumu la kuanzisha, kuendeleza, kusimamia na kudumisha vifaa vya michezo na kitamaduni ambavyo ni pamoja na viwanja vya michezo, vituo vya utamaduni na miundombinu mingine inahusiana nayo. Pili, ikikumbukwa kuwa ukanda mzima wa pwani nchini hauna uwanja wa kisasa wa kimataifa uliojengwa kwa viwango vya kimataifa, hivyo basi kuwanyima wananchi manufaa yanayotokamana na viwanja na vifaa kama hivyo. Tatu, wasiwasi kwamba ujenzi wa uwanja wa michezo wa manispaa ya Mombasa umekumbwa na ucheleweshaji na vikwazo tangu kuanzishwa kwa mradi huo mwaka 2019 kutokana na matatizo ya kifedha ambayo yameathiri utekelezaji wa mradi huo na kunyima jamii ya eneo hilo uwanja unaohitajika. Kwa hivyo sasa Bunge la Seneti linaazimia kwamba Hazina ya Kitaifa na Wizara ya Masuala ya Vijana, Uchumi, Ubunifu na Michezo itengee serikali ya kaunti ya Mombasa ruzuku ya masharti ya shilingi bilioni 1 na milioni 700 kwa ajili ya kukamilisha ujenzi wa uwanja wa manispaa ya Mombasa. Mheshimiwa Spika, nimesimama kwa masikitiko kwamba ukanda mzima wa pwani kwa sasa hauna uwanja wa kimataifa ambao unaweza kuchezewa mchezo wa mpira wa kimataifa. Mheshimiwa Spika, uwanja ambao ulikuwa unatumika kwa muda mrefu ilikuwa ni uwanja wa manispaa ya Mombasa ambao ulijengwa kwa ufadhili wa wakfu wa Aga Khan mnamo mwaka 1957. Mheshimiwa Spika, uwanja huu uliandaa mchezo wake wa kimataifa nafikiri mwaka 1962 wakati mchezo wa kwanza wa Gossage uliweza kuchezwa. Gossage Cup ilikuwa ni ile ambayo inachezwa katika mataifa ya Kenya, Uganda na Tanzania, na baadaye ilikuja ikaitwa Sekafa, yani Confederation of East and Central African Federation. Kwa hiyo Mheshimiwa Spika, mnamo mwaka 1962 Mombasa ilikuwa na uwanja wenye kiwango cha kimataifa kwa wakati ule ambapo iliweza kuandaa michuano ya kimataifa. Mheshimiwa Spika, vile vile baada ya hapo uwanja huu umeweza kuandaa michuano mingi ya kimataifa hususan Sekafa ambapo Kenya, timu za Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, Malawi, Zambia, Zimbabwe zote zimewahi kucheza katika uwanja ule Mheshimiwa Spika. Na vile vile mwaka 1996 uwanja uliweza kuandaa mechi ya kimataifa ya youth ambao walikuwa washindi wanakwenda Olympic kati ya Kenya na Nigeria Mheshimiwa Spika, na wachezaji wenye tajiriba kubwa kama vile JJ Okocha, Nwankwo Kanu waliweza kucheza katika uwanja ule Mheshimiwa Spika, ambapo ilizua hisia na uzalendo mkubwa kwa watu wa Kenya na watu wa Mombasa Mheshimiwa Spika. Mheshimiwa Spika, vile vile uwanja huu umeweza kuwalea wachezaji wengi kutoka pwani na vile vile wengine walihamia bara. Kwa mfano wachezaji kama vile marehemu Ali Kajo, marehemu Ahmed Brek, mchezaji Mahmoud Abbas ambaye alikuwa ni Kenya One kwa muda mrefu na mwisho alichezea timu ya AFC Leopard ambayo juzi ililambishwa lolo na Gor Mahia hapa katika ile wanaita mashemeji dabi. Kwa hiyo Mheshimiwa Spika, ni kiwanja ambacho kimeweza kuwa na historia ya kuweza kusaidia pakubwa kuenua viwango vya mpira wa soka katika kabumbu katika eneo la Mombasa na pwani kwa jumla. Hivyo basi ilipofika wakati wa ugatuzi, Mheshimiwa Spika, uwanja huu ulikuwa unasimamiwa na Baraza la Manispaa ya Mombasa, na ugatuzi ulipoingia, Mheshimiwa Spika, ukachukuliwa na kaunti ya Mombasa, na ilikuwa ni nia na madhumuni ya kaunti ya Mombasa kujenga uwanja wa kimataifa ambao utasaidia kuinua talanta katika eneo vile vile kuweza kuandaa michuano ya kimataifa ili kuleta biashara na maendeleo katika eneo la pwani. Mheshimiwa Spika, mnamo mwaka 2018 kaunti ya Mombasa ilitoa mpango wa kuweza kujenga upya uwanja ule, na vile vile wakatenga pesa za kufanya hivyo. Na Mheshimiwa Spika, mnamo mwaka 2018 kaunti ya Mombasa iliweza kufanya vizuri sana katika kuokota ama kukusanya kodi katika eneo lake, ile ambayo inaitwa kwa Kiingereza on source revenue. Walifanya vizuri sana mpaka commission ile ya kugawanya fedha, revenue allocation, wakatoa ruzuku ya bilioni 1 kama kiinua mgongo kwa kaunti ya Mombasa kwa kuweza kukusanya pesa kupitia matarajio yake. Kwa hiyo Mheshimiwa Spika, mipango ilikuwa imefanya kwamba uwanja ule utaweza kujengwa kwa njia ambayo utaweza kudhibiti bajeti na vile vile pia kuhakikisha kwamba uwanja umejengwa kwa muda unaofaa. Mheshimiwa Spika, bahati mbaya ni kwa serikali kuu ilipitisha amri kwamba mizigo mingi ibebwe na SGR, kwa hivyo biashara Mombasa ikaanguka, na baada ya biashara kuanguka mapato ya kaunti ya Mombasa pia ilianguka. Mheshimiwa Spika, baadaye kukaingia janga la corona mwaka 2020 mpaka 2021, na athari za corona, Mheshimiwa Spika, zikaathiri tena pakubwa mapato ya kaunti ya Mombasa na vile vile pia mapato ya serikali. Hivyo basi ikawa ni kwamba serikali ya kaunti ya Mombasa haikuweza kupata pesa hizo. Mheshimiwa Spika, hivi tunavyozungumzia, Mheshimiwa Spika, ni kwamba hivi sasa imekuwa vigumu kwa kaunti ya Mombasa kuweza kujenga uwanja huu kwa mkupuo mmoja, kwa vile zile pesa ambazo wanaweka katika bajeti yake. Kwa mfano bajeti ya mwaka jana ilikuwa milioni 80. Mheshimiwa Spika, milioni 80 haziwezi kutosheleza kujenga uwanja huu, na uwanja wenyewe umejengwa wa kisasa na utakuwa na uwanja wa mpira wa miguu pale, kutakuwa na kidimbwi cha kuogelea cha hadhi ya Olympic, kutakuwa vile vile, Mheshimiwa Spika, na jumba la sanaa ama auditorium kwa Kiingereza ambalo litakuwa saidia pakubwa kuinua sanaa, na vile vile kwa Mheshimiwa Spika kutakuwa na jumba la mikutano. Mheshimiwa Spika, vile vile uwanja utakuwa na uwezo wa kubeba mashabiki 18,000 mpaka 20,000. Kwa hiyo Mheshimiwa Spika, uwanja huu utakuwa ni uwanja wa kimataifa wa hadhi ya kimataifa. Mheshimiwa Spika, vile vile kaunti ya Mombasa ina hoteli na mahali pa kupumzika, Mheshimiwa, zenye kiwango za kimataifa. Ukiangalia kuna hoteli ya Serena, kuna hoteli ya White Sands na nyingine nyingi ambazo Neptune, nyingine nyingi ambazo kwa Mombasa, Mheshimiwa Spika, ambazo zinaweza kubeba wageni wowote ambao wataweza kuja katika kaunti ya Mombasa, Mheshimiwa Spika, ili kuhakikisha kwamba wameweza kuhudumiwa. Vile vile Mheshimiwa Spika, mwaka huu Kenya itakuwa mwenyeji wa mashindano ya mabunge ya East Africa, Mheshimiwa Spika, ambayo mashindano haya yamepangwa kufanywa katika kaunti ya Mombasa. Kwa hiyo Mheshimiwa Spika, kiwanja hichi kitakuwa na umuhimu zaidi kuweza kukamilishwa ili viweze kutumika wakati wa michezo hii ya mabunge ya East Africa. Mheshimiwa Spika, uwanja tayari umetengenezwa. Iliyobakia sasa ni kuleta vile vifaa kuja katika uwanja viweze kusimamishwa, na kitu ambacho chaweza kuchelewesha labda ni kutengeneza ule uwanja wenyewe ambao utatumika kwa kucheza kandanda. Lakini kwa ujenzi wa mambo mengine, Mheshimiwa Spika, ni vitu ambavyo yatakana tu kuwekwa pamoja na kwa assembled, vile vile contractor amalize na uwanja uweko tayari kwa matumizi. Mheshimiwa Spika, sehemu yote ya Pwani, Mheshimiwa Spika, kama nilivyotangulia kusema, hatuna uwanja kama huu. Na uwanja huu Mheshimiwa Spika hautasaidia Mombasa peke yake, lakini utasaidia Pwani nzima kwa jumla, kwa sababu tumeona kwamba talanta ziko katika eneo la Pwani, lakini talanta zile haziwezi kukua kwa sababu hatuna nafasi ya kuleta timu za kimataifa kuja pale kuja kucheza. Vile vile pia hatuna nafasi Mheshimiwa Spika ya kufanya kualika wakufunzi na timu nyingine, kwa sababu hatuna viwanja vya kisawasawa ambavyo wakufunzi wale wataweza kusaidiana kuenua talanta katika maeneo yetu. Mheshimiwa Spika, kutokana na ukosefu wa uwanja ule, Mheshimiwa Spika, hali ya kandanda imeshuka katika eneo la Pwani, na tunaona vijana wengi wameingilia mihadharati Mheshimiwa Spika, wameingilia mambo ya itikadi kali, ambapo kama tungekuwa na uwanja wa kimataifa kama huu ungeweza kupasua pakubwa, kusaidia pakubwa kuona kwamba ile talanta ambazo ziko haziwezi kupotea. Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa kumalizia ni kwamba kamati ya uhasibu ya Senate waliweza kufanya tathmini mwaka jana, walizuru uwanja ule na wakaona kwamba kweli ni uwanja ambao unahitaji kukamilishwa. Mheshimiwa Spika, vile vile juzi serikali ilimtuma waziri wa michezo na masuala ya vijana akazuru uwanja ule na akaahidi kwamba ataweza kusaidia kujenga. Na Mheshimiwa Spika, tuna hazina ya michezo, sports fund, ambao hazina ile inatumika hususan kusaidia kujenga miundombinu na vifaa vya michezo katika nchi yetu. Kwa Mheshimiwa Spika, hizi pesa tunaomba kutokana na hazina hii na serikali, kwa sababu tunajua serikali ni jungu kuu. Serikali ni jungu kuu, kwa hivyo wana fedha ambazo waweza kutusaidia kumaliza uwanja huu kwa haraka ili uweze kutumika na wananchi waweze kufurahi na uwanja ule. Mheshimiwa Spika, Kenya imepata fursa ya host ama ya kuandaa michuano ya African Cup, kombe la mabingwa ya nchi katika Afrika, Mheshimiwa Spika, mwaka 2027. Mheshimiwa Spika, tunaona Mombasa na Pwani yote imetengwa katika kuandaa michuano hii muhimu. Mheshimiwa Spika, mnamo mwaka 2004 tumekuwa mbele sisi katika vile viwanja ambavyo vilikuwa vitasimamia michuano hii ya Afrika. Kwa hiyo Mheshimiwa Spika, ni makosa kwa sasa kunyimwa fursa kama hii kwa sababu hatuna uwanja wa kimataifa ambao unaweza kusimamia swala hili. Swala la kiwanja Mheshimiwa Spika si swala la watu wa Mombasa ama watu wa Pwani peke yake. Ni swala la kitaifa Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa sababu Mombasa ni pamoja na jamhuri yote ya Kenya. Kwa hiyo Mheshimiwa Spika, hatuwezi kuachwa nyuma. Tuliona serikali ya Jubilee ambayo iliondoka mamlakani waliahidi kujenga stadia 8, moja katika kila region, sehemu ya zamani ya mkoa, lakini hatukuona hata moja ikikamilika Mheshimiwa Spika. Kwa hivyo tunasema zile pesa, na nafikiri rais wa sasa wakati ule ndiye alikuwa naibu wa rais, na alizungumza hadharani kwamba atajenga stadium moja kubwa katika kila mkoa. Haikuwezekana. Sasa kwa kwenye serikali, tuomba sisi Mombasa atupe ruzuku ya masharti ya shilingi bilioni 1 na milioni 700 ili uweze kukamilisha mradi huu muhimu ambao utasaidia pakubwa nchi ya Kenya. Vile vile Mheshimiwa Spika, hata zile timu za kimataifa ambazo saa nyingine zinakwenda Afrika Kusini zitapata fursa kuweza kufanya maandalizi yao katika eneo la Mombasa, ili kuona kwamba Mombasa inapata biashara na inapata pia mambo kama michezo ya kimataifa ili tuweze kusonga mbele. Mheshimiwa Spika, nitakomea hapo na nitamwalika Senator wa Kilifi, Senator Mazayo kuja kuunga mkono hoja hii. Asante Mheshimiwa Spika kwa kunipa fursa hii.
Senator Mazayo.
Asante Bwana Spika kwa kunipa fursa hii pia mimi kuweza kuchangia. Nataka kuunga mkono alivyosema ndugu yangu Mohamed Haji Faki ya kwamba ni ukweli michezo inayo faida yake, na michezo inaweza kuletwa ikiwa mahali pana uwanja mkubwa ama uwanja wa kimataifa. Bwana Spika, tunaona kwa hali kama Nandi kule anatoka Cherargei, kuna wakimbiaji, kuna wachezaji mpira, lakini hawachezi mpira sana, wao kazi yao ni kukimbia. Lakini wanakimbia mbio ambazo zinaleta sifa ndani ya nchi yetu ya Kenya. Na hiyo ni kwamba upande ule kumetengenezwa facility ama viwanja vile vya kukimbia.
Just one moment, Senator Asige, you have a point of order or intervention?
No, Speaker, I do not. I just came in and signed in.
Okay, I just saw it on the, very well. Continue, Senator.
Asante Bwana Spika. Bwana Spika, tunaona vile vile ya kwamba katika maeneo mengine kama upande ule wa Kakamega na Western Province, viwanja vya mpira vimekithiri kule, na ndio sababu unaona watu wa Western wengi wanaweza kuleta vijana wakacheza katika Harambee Stars. Jambo la kusikitisha ni kwamba kwa upande ule wa Pwani, kwa miaka mingi timu ya Kenya imekuwa ikipata wachezaji ama wakimbiaji wengi kutoka sehemu hizo. Lakini hivi sasa, kufikia hivi sasa, katika hii miaka ya kwamba kumekuwa na utawala wa kuanzia Moi kuja mbele hivi, sehemu hiyo imeweza kuachiliwa mbali. Na kwa sababu hiyo nafikiria ndio sababu mpaka hivi sasa ukiangalia hata timu ya ile ya Harambee Stars haina hata mtu mmoja kutoka pande hizo. Kwa hiyo Bwana Spika, ni jambo la kusikitisha kuona ya kwamba sehemu ambayo ilikuwa zamani ilikuwa ikisifika sana kutoa wachezaji maarufu, watu kama kina Ali Kajo, Sungura, na wengineo, walikuwa wengi pale Bwana Spika, waliweza kuchezea timu yetu ya Kenya. Kama Kadir Farah, ndio nilikuwa nataka kusema, alikuwa yeye kiungo cha kati mzuri sana, na wengineo wengi kina Mahmuda Bas. Kwa hiyo Bwana Spika, jambo la kusikitisha kuona kwamba sehemu kama hiyo imewachwa mbali. Sasa hoja kama hii ambao nataka kumshukuru sana ndugu yangu Fakii kwa kuileta, ni kwa sababu ameona ule uzito wa kwamba hakuna nafasi ya kuweza kuweka wale ndugu zetu katika timu kama ya Harambee Stars. Sisi tunasema ya kwamba ingekuwa vyema serikali ile inayoangalia mambo ya michezo, hususan mambo ya kandanda, kuona ya kwamba kiwanja kama kile kikijengwa kitakuwa na watu watakuwa wakikimbia mbio, watu wa high jump, watu wa michezo mingi inafanywa ndani ya stadium. Kwa hiyo mtu mwenye talanta yoyote anaweza kuchukua nafasi hiyo akajifundisha ile talanta anayotaka, na nafikia wakati huo utaweza kupatikana vijana kama hao ambao watajihusisha na hizo talanta kama vile ilivyokuwa zamani. Kwa hiyo Bwana Spika, mimi nataka kuunga mkono, hususan kama kitengo cha pesa kikiweza kuweka kando kutoka kwa hii Wizara ya Mambo ya Michezo, ili kiweze kutengeneza, hata ikifika kile kiwanja cha Mombasa ambacho kiko tayari, lakini ni kwamba hakijatengenezwa kikawa kizuri, ingekuwa vyema Bwana Spika, hizi pesa ambazo zinatakana kama ni 1.7 billion ambazo zinaweza kutengwa kando na wale watu wa sehemu hizo, ukanda huo wa huko baharini wakaweza kupata, ingekuwa jambo zuri sana. Mimi naunga mkono hoja hii. Asante sana Bwana Spika.
Maseneta waheshimiwa, napendekeza swali ya kwamba kufahamu kwamba sehemu ya pili ya ratiba ya 4 ya katiba ya Kenya inazipa serikali za kaunti jukumu la kuendeleza, kuanzisha, kusimamia na kudumisha vifaa vya michezo na kitamaduni ambavyo ni pamoja na viwanja vya michezo, vituo vya kitamaduni na miundo mbinu mingine inayohusiana. Ikikumbukwa kuwa ukanda mzima wa pwani nchini hauna uwanja wa kisasa uliojengwa kwa viwango vya kimataifa. hivyo kuwanyima wananchi manufaa yanayotokana na viwanja na vifaa vya michezo. Wasiwasi kwamba ujenzi wa uwanja wa michezo wa manispaa ya Mombasa umekumbwa na ucheleweshaji na vikwazo tangu kuanzishwa kwa miradi huo mwaka wa 2019 kutokana na matatizo ya kifedha ambayo yamesitishwa na kunyimwa jamii eneo hilo uwanja linalohitajika sana. Kwa hivyo sasa Bunge la Seneti linaazimia kwamba Hazina ya Kitaifa na Wizara ya Masuala ya Vijana, Uchumi Ubunifu na Michezo itenge serikali ya kaunti ya Mombasa ruzuku ya masharti ya shilingi bilioni 1.7 kwa ajili ya kukamilisha ujenzi wa uwanja wa manispaa ya Mombasa. Sasa tapatia nafasi maseneta waweze kutoa fikra zao katika hoja hii. Senator Daniel Manzo.
Asante Bwana Spika. Naomba kuchangia hoja hii muhimu sana, na niseme ya kwamba wakati moja nilikuwa nimesimamia michezo nchini Kenya mwaka 2008 mpaka 2010, na niseme ya kwamba kuna umuhimu mkubwa sana kuwa na kiwanja cha kimataifa, uwanja wa kimataifa kule Mombasa ambapo tunaweza fanya michezo. Bwana Spika, niseme ya kwamba tulipokwenda Rwanda kwa ile michezo imepita, na wakati Kenya kulikuwa na michezo ya Yala, tulienda kuchezea Mombasa na hatukuwa na uwanja za kutosha kwa wachezaji wote. Na sasa huyu mwaka sisi ndio tutakuwa tunashirikisha mataifa yote ya magharibi, na sasa hatuna uwanja pale na tutarudi tena Mombasa. Na kwa hivyo Bwana Spika, ingekuwa muhimu sana kuwa na uwanja wa kimataifa pale Mombasa. Ni muhimu sana, na ni muhimu sana tena ukiangalia pale kwa wamesema juu ya ruzuku. Ruzuku ni fedha ambayo upeanwa duniani kuhusu kujenga mambo ya michezo ama kujenga viwanda ama viwanja vya kuchezea. Na kuna aina nyingi ya michezo. Kuna mpira ambao ni wa kandanda ambao ni mashuhuri sana, na kuna aina kadha wa kadha ya michezo nyingine kama netiboli na michezo yote mpaka hata pahali pa kukimbilia. Na ingekuwa muhimu sana kama kabla hatujapata wageni mwisho wa mwaka huu kutoka Yela, basi tuwe na uwanja wetu, manake sisi sote tutaelekea Mombasa. Tutaelekea kule na hatuna uwanja wa kimataifa, hatuna viwanja vya kutosha, zingine tunachezea kwa mashule. Kwa hivyo ingekuwa muhimu sana kama jambo kama hili lingezingatiwa, viwanja vilivyo kule Mombasa zipate watu wa kupeana fedha na wafadhili wakipatikana waweze kutusaidia ndio tuwe na viwanja. Lakini vile vile kaunti ya Mombasa, kaunti ya Kilifi na kaunti ya Kwale pia katika bajeti yao waweke budget pale ya kuweza kutengeneza mahali kwa kuchezea. Na niseme ya kwamba kuna talanta kubwa sana saa ya kadanda kule Mombasa. Wakati nilikuwa shule ya upili ya Starehe Boys Center, wachezaji bora zaidi wa mpira wa kadanda walitoka upande wa Pwani. Kulikuwa mmoja alikuwa anaitwa Mohamed ambaye alikuwa mashuhuri sana kwa kandanda, na kwa hivyo kuna talanta, na tunaomba Pwani izingatiwe sana. Isikuwe tu wakati tunaomba siasa ndio tunaenda Pwani. Ikifika wakati wa kugawa rasilimali ya Kenya, basi Pwani wanakosa kitu muhimu sana kama uwanja mchezo. Na ingekuwa inafaa sana kama tungekuwa na ule uwanja na michezo mikubwa kama ambayo inatarajiwa ya kadanda mwaka wa 26 kane hii ungefanyikia moja Mombasa. Maanake kwa ile joto wachezaji pale, na ingekuwa afadhali kama Wakenya wamezoea ile hali ya hewa, hali ya anga pale, na hapo tungeendelea vyema, manake sio nchi nyingi ziko na joto kama Mombasa, na kuna bahari, ni mahali wageni wengi hufika. Kwa hivyo hata tukitaka kufanya mambo ya utalii yawe mazuri zaidi, ingekuwa vyema kama watalii wengi ambao wanapenda michezo wakija, wanakuja kufanya mazoezi ya kukimbia pale, mazoezi ya kadanda pale, na mazoezi ya michezo nyingine. Kwa hivyo naunga hoja hii muhimu sana mkono, na ningeomba serikali izingatie sana mambo ya pwani. Sio wakati wanaomba kura wanapeana kura yao, ikifika maendeleo wanawachwa nyuma. Umesikia mwenye hoja hii seneta wa Mombasa akisema ya kwamba wakati SGR ilikuja, biashara nyingi zilianguka. Hii ni njia moja kurudisha biashara Mombasa, ya kurudisha wageni Mombasa, na kuhakikisha kwamba uchumi wa Mombasa huko juu, na kuhakikisha kwamba talanta zilizo pwani zimenaswa, na Wakenya wengi wamejitokezea na wako kwa Olimpiki, na pia wako kwa michezo ya kandanda ya kimataifa. Asante sana Bwana Spika, naunga mkono.
Senator Cherargei Samson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, to support this. I don't ask about
order, senators. He has a right to respond in either Swahili or in English.
Yes.
Whichever is in order. So proceed, Senator Cherargei.
Mr. Speaker, mimi siwezi kuzungumza Kiswahili sana, lakini waja tu niunge mkono hoja hii ambayo imeletwa na Senator wa Mombasa, Senator Mohamed Faki, kwa kusema ya kwamba mambo ya uwanja wa michezo katika taifa letu la Kenya liweze kupewa kipaumbele kwa ajili ya vijana. Na nataka nimuunge tu kwa sehemu moja ambaye amesema ya kwamba hii viwanja ambavyo vitaundwa katika sehemu mbalimbali za kaunti zetu zitasaidia vijana wapate mahali pa kufanya mazoezi, ili wasijiunge na mambo ya mihadarati ama mambo ambayo si ya kistaarabu katika taifa letu la Kenya. Mheshimiwa Spika, ikizingatiwa ya kwamba sisi kama kaunti ya Nandi, vile ndugu kiongozi ya walio wengi wachache Senator Jaji amesema ya kwamba kaunti ya Nandi inajivunia kwa sababu ya kuwa na wanariadha waliobobea, Mheshimiwa Spika. Na ikikumbukwa ya kwamba mwanariadha kama aliyobobea kama Kipchoge Keino na wale wengine, mpaka sasa hatuna viwanja vya mchezo kule kaunti ya Nandi ambazo wanaweza kutumia kwa mazoezi. Mheshimiwa Spika, ukiamka asubuhi na mapema wakati wa macheo, Mheshimiwa Spika, utapata ya kwamba unapoamka saa 11 utapata vijana wengi katika mabarabara zetu huko mashinani huwa wanafanya mazoezi hasa ya riadha. Mheshimiwa Spika, jioni kama saa hii saa 10 saa 11, Mheshimiwa Spika, ukiendesha gari ama ukitembea ukiwa mashambani utapata vijana wengi, Mheshimiwa Spika, wanacheza mchezo wa volleyball. Mheshimiwa Spika, na hawana sehemu ama viwanja maalum ambaye imetengwa, ama wale wanacheza basketball na zile zingine michezo mingine. Mheshimiwa Spika, Mheshimiwa Spika, tunapoongea nataka nishukuru Rais na serikali yake, Rais William Ruto, kwa sababu mwaka jana baada ya kuona kudhoofika kwetu, kuumia, Mheshimiwa Spika, akatoa agizo kwa wizara husika ya michezo waanze kujenga kiwanja mpya kule mjini Kapsabet. Na nataka nishukuru Mheshimiwa Rais, lakini ile kiwanja ambayo imekuwa ikichengwa na governor ama serikali za county, za katuzi ya county ya Nandi, wamejenga zaidi ya miaka 14 kama ili ofisi la bunge, na inaendelea kubalika katika hesabu ambazo zinatolewa. Mheshimiwa Spika, Mheshimiwa Spika, ni aibu sana tunapoongea Kipchoge Keino, uwanja kule katika mji wa Kapsabet haujakamilika na imeweza kumeza pesa zaidi ya mabilioni ya pesa kule. Mheshimiwa Spika, ukienda katika mji wa Nandi Hills kule katika kule Nandi Hills, Mheshimiwa Spika, utapata hakuna uwanja. Katika pale Nandi Hills mjini, Mheshimiwa Spika, ikinyesha maji tu inalala, vijana wetu hawezi pata nafasi ya kucheza. Na hiyo kiwanja, Mheshimiwa Spika, ilitakana kujengwa na kaunti ya Nandi, Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa sababu wamezembea. Na sisi kaunti ya Nandi, Mheshimiwa Spika, tumebarikiwa. Kwa sababu ukiona jembe zetu, Mheshimiwa Spika, hata ukiona huu mwili wangu, Mheshimiwa Spika, nilikuanga mwanariadha shupavu. Karibu nilete medali, Mheshimiwa Spika, katika enzi zangu, Mheshimiwa Spika. So inamaanisha kwamba kaunti ya Nandi tumebarikiwa na wanamichezo na wanariadha. Lakini ni aibu hatuna kiwanja hata kimoja ambacho kiko tayari, Mheshimiwa Spika, kupatia nafasi wanamichezo na wanariadha wapate nafasi bora ya kufanya mazoezi. Mheshimiwa Spika, ni aibu sana. Ni aibu sana, Mheshimiwa Spika. Hata governor leo wa kaunti ya Nandi alikuwa amekuja katika kamati yetu ambayo inahusikana na mambo ya masuala ya hesabu inayofungana na miaka zilizopita, Mheshimiwa Spika. Na ni aibu sana kwa sababu kama kaunti ya Nandi tunajivunia, Mheshimiwa Spika, unajua mwanariadha aliyebobea Eliud Kipchoge anatoka kaunti ya Nandi. Kipchoge Keino anatoka kaunti ya Nandi, Mheshimiwa Spika. Andy Rono ambaye tulimzika majuzi na tunaendelea kuambia familia Mheshimiwa Spika, pia anatoka katika kaunti ya Nandi. Chelimo Pamela, Mheshimiwa Spika. Huyu Janet Chepkosgei ambaye watu wengi wamempea jina ya utani Eldoret Express, pia anatoka katika kaunti ya Nandi, Mheshimiwa Spika. Lakini ni aibu kaunti ya Nandi na serikali za kaunti, Mheshimiwa Spika, zimezembea. Wameshindwa, Mheshimiwa Spika, hata kuunda kiwanja cha mbuzi ambacho, Mheshimiwa Spika, wanaweza fanya mazoezi, Mheshimiwa Spika. Mheshimiwa Spika, hiyo ndio aibu kubwa sana ambaye hata mimi kama senator wa kaunti ya Nandi naona aibu sana. Tunapigania hapa. Nimekumbushwa kwamba kamati yetu ya masuala ya fedha wanaangalia bajeti. Mheshimiwa Spika, tunaendelea kupigania pesa. Umesikia hata niko na, Mheshimiwa Spika, na oja, Mheshimiwa Spika, ama sheria ambaye hata najaribu kuongeza asilimia ambazo zinaenda kaunti kutoka asilimia 15 mpaka asilimia 40. Ni aibu sana, Mheshimiwa Spika. Bilioni na mabilioni imeenda katika kaunti ya Nandi, Mheshimiwa Spika. Lakini unajua gavana yangu alipata muhula wa pili, akasema huko mashinani kuwa yeye hakushinda, lakini alitumia ile handball. Nikitumia hiyo handball, Mheshimiwa Spika, ndio apate muhula wa pili. Hiyo ndio hatujeweza kuona maendeleo yoyote hasa kaunti ya Nandi, Mheshimiwa Spika. Kwa sababu naona akina Senator Mohamed, Senator walio wengi wachache, kiongozi hapa anataja Nandi, anasema Nandi ni mahali ambaye imejaa wanariadha na wanamchezo. Lakini hatuna zile viwanja vya michezo, Mheshimiwa Spika, ambazo inaweza tumika kuhakikisha wanariadha na wanamchezo wanafanya mazoezini ya kutosha. Ukienda katika kaunti ya Uasin Gishu, unaona 64 stadium, Mheshimiwa Spika, ijekamilika. Ukienda katika uwanja huko kaunti ya Elgeyo Marakwet kuna Kamarin, Mheshimiwa Spika. Ukienda katika kaunti ya Bomet kuna Bomet Green Stadium, Mheshimiwa Spika. Ukienda, nataka shukuru Rais William Ruto na serikali yake, kwa sababu wakati tulisema Kericho Green Stadium, Mheshimiwa Spika, ibadilishwe, imeitwa sasa Kipruku Chuma Wilson, ambaye alikuwa mwanariadha aliyobobea katika enzi zake, Mheshimiwa Spika. Ukienda katika kaunti jirani ya Vihiga, Kisumu, Mheshimiwa Spika, katika hiyo sehemu ya magharibi tuko na wanamichezo, wanariadha wengi, wanamchezo wanakandanda, Mheshimiwa Spika, hata wale walioheshimika na kutajika, Mheshimiwa, kama mchezaji maarufu Kadenge, Mheshimiwa Spika. Ukienda katika, na nataka nishukuru, ingawa ndugu yangu Senator Khalwale anatoka huko, afadhali, Mheshimiwa Spika, Kakamega hata wako na uwanja ambao wanaweza tumia kufanya mazoezi, Mheshimiwa Spika, lakini ilifanywa na ule governor aliyotoka, Mheshimiwa Spika. Ukienda wapi mpaka huko kwako Garissa, uende Mombasa, Mheshimiwa Spika, nafikiri kama bunge la Seneti lazima tukubaliane ya kwamba imefika wakati tuchukue msimamo wa kidete, Mheshimiwa Spika, na kuhakikisha kaunti zetu wajue ya kwamba swala ya michezo imegatuliwa na wachukue hatua kabambe, na zile pesa ambazo wanaweka, Mheshimiwa Spika, zizikuwe pesa za kuguza talanta pale mashinani, Mheshimiwa Spika. Hata hii talanta hela, Mheshimiwa Spika, ilikuja. Tunataka tujue hii talanta hela, Mheshimiwa Spika, inatumika kivipi kuhakikisha zile viwanja ambazo zinatakana kujengwa katika taifa letu la Kenya, Mheshimiwa Spika. Tunapojitayarisha kwa ile gombe ama dimba linalokuja, najua kaunti ya Mombasa, kaunti ya kule magharibi, Kakamega, Eldoret na Nairobi, na nchi ya Uganda na Tanzania wanaweza pewa nafasi, Mheshimiwa Spika, kujumuika ama kushiriki katika kuunda hilo dimba, Mheshimiwa Spika, la ambalo litakuja la boli katika taifa letu la Kenya, lazima tukue tayari. Na nafikiri Mheshimiwa Spika, kama serikali, na mmesikia mara mingi naibu wa rais Mheshimiwa Rigathi Gachagua anapambana mambo ya madawa ya kulevya na mihadarati katika taifa letu la Kenya. Tukitaka kuangamiza janga hilo, ni kuhakikisha viwanja vya michezo na mahali ambapo ukumbi za michezo tumetengenezwa, ndio vijana wapate mahali ambapo wataweza kupata uraibu wa mchezo mbalimbali katika taifa letu la Kenya. Mheshimiwa Spika, ikifungamana na hayo, kwa sababu nilikuwa na hoja karibu 3, hata tunapoelekea katika mchezo wa Olimpiki wa mwaka huu katika kule Paris, Ufaransa, Mheshimiwa Spika, nataka niulize sisi kama Wakenya tupeane ile uwezo ambao tuko nao kuhakikisha wale wanariadha ambao wanaelekea kule Paris, Ufaransa, Mheshimiwa Spika, wamepata ile uwezo wetu wa kutosha ndio waweze kutuletea medali. Mheshimiwa Spika, uliona wakati weekend, Mheshimiwa Spika, mwanariadha aliyebobea katika kule London aliweza kuvunja rekodi mpya, ambaye ni dada wetu mpendwa anaitwa Paris Chepchirchir, Mheshimiwa Spika. Na hiyo ndio tunataka tuwape changamoto, tuwape zile viwanja vya kutosha, Mheshimiwa Spika. Mheshimiwa Spika, na sidhani wakati tunaelekea mchezo wa mwaka huu, Mheshimiwa Spika, sidhani wanariadha wakuwe na shida zote. Tuliona Mheshimiwa Spika ule mrusha mkuki Mheshimiwa Diego alikuwa ameanza kuombaomba katika mitandao ya kijamii. Hiyo ni aibu sana ikizingatiwa tuko na kikapu maalum ya mambo ya michezo katika taifa letu la Kenya. Mheshimiwa Spika, nataka tumwambie wizara na waziri wa michezo tunamwangalia sawa sawa kuhakikisha zile fedha ya kusaidia hawa na mchezo. Mheshimiwa Spika, ya 4 ni kuhakikisha tumefanya uchaguzi katika hizi ambazo zinaendesha kama wale wanasimamia riadha, volleyball na zile zingine, Mheshimiwa Spika. Na nimefurahi Mheshimiwa Spika wakati kulikuwa na mashemeji na ndugu yetu kinara wa Azimio alikuwa ameenda kuangalia mpira, ingawa hakuenda mazishini, na tulikuwa tumeambiwa na ndugu yake alikuwa hajisikii vizuri. Nimefurahi kwa sababu Mheshimiwa Spika walikusanya zaidi ya milioni 4.5, Mheshimiwa Spika. Ikiwa tunataka tuweke viwanja vya michezo, tunaweza tosha pesa ambazo zinachukuliwa ama katika wale mashabiki ambao wanaelekea katika michezo yetu, Mheshimiwa Spika. Mheshimiwa Spika, naunga hii hoja, nataka nimhakikishie wananchi wa Kenya na wale wana michezo na wanariadha wako na ule kama bunge la Senate tutafanya kazi pamoja. Mheshimiwa Spika, nikimalizia kwa zile chache ambazo zimebaki, nimemuona Senator wa Narok, Mheshimiwa Spika, na jana nimetumiwa katika mitandao ama nimeona katika mitandao kwamba kuna wale wakilishi wadi ambao wanapigwa katika mahafla pale mashinani wakati wanajaribu kuuliza maswali. Na niliona mwakilishi wadi wa Mara ambaye anaitwa Kimngeno Simba, Mheshimiwa wakilishi wadi, alikuwa anapigwa na samba makofi, na si mara ya kwanza. Sijui, nilikuwa naona ule governor alitoka tunaye alikuwa na heshima na maswali. Sijui yu governor ambaye ni Ntutu ameanza kuwa mtukutu, Mheshimiwa Spika, ambaye uwezi uliza swali. Kwani hii county ya Narok ni county ambayo iko Kenya ama inaendeshwa na wabeberu ama wafidhuli? Mheshimiwa Spika, lazima nataka nimuulize senator ya county ya Narok alete hoja. Hiyo ndio inaweza kuwa sehemu moja ya mtu kubanduliwa ofisini. Mheshimiwa Spika,
Senator Cherargei, nataka nikupe onyo kwamba umetoka nje ya mada ambayo tunaongelelea hapa. Ningependa ubaki katika hoja ile tunaongelea, wache kutoka nje yake.
Mheshimiwa Spika, ninakupata
asante
kwa mbashara, lakini Mheshimiwa Spika, ukiangalia katika sehemu ya katiba 96, bunge la Seneti liko na jukumu kuchunga na kuilinda mambo ya ugatuzi. Na unajua Mheshimiwa Spika, tukiona ugatuzi unaangamizwa katika kaunti yote kama bunge, ingawa nasingatia onyo lako Mheshimiwa Spika, ni vema kuitaja ndio kupitia ofisi yako na senator ya kaunti ya Narok afuatilie, kwa sababu Mheshimiwa Spika, tumepigania haki ya demokrasia katika
Senator, ile kitu ambaye nasema ya kwamba umetoka nje ya mada ya hoja hii. Ungemalizia, ulikuwa umeanza vizuri, malizia tu na ubaki kwa hoja ile ambayo tunajadiliana.
Mheshimiwa Spika, na makubaliana wewe, lakini Mheshimiwa Spika, kupitia ofisi yako na kiti chako, kwa heshima kubwa, na kwa seneta ya Narok Mheshimiwa, na bunge hili walifalia njuga swala hilo, hasa kamati ya masuala ya ugatuzi, ndio tuweze kujua kwa nini kinachoendelea kule katika kaunti ya Narok. Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa heshima nataka niseme naunga mkono hoja hii. Tuko na heshima, tuko na jukumu kama taifa. Kenya inajulikana sana kwa sababu ya kubobea kwa wanamichezo na wanariadha ambao wametajika, na Kenya imejulikana kwa hivyo. Mheshimiwa Spika, nataka nimwambie seneta wa Mombasa, seneta 001, na kumuunga mkono kwa hiyo hoja. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika.
Asante. Senator Crystal Asige. You have queued. It's okay.
Something's wrong with the thing then. Sorry, Speaker. Something's wrong with
Senator Olekina Ladema.
I was there before you. Mheshimiwa Spika, ningependa kukushukuru kwa kunipa nafasi hii ili niweze kuchangia hoja hii ambaye itatuwezesha ili tuweze kuzingatia ujenzi ama umuhimu wa talenta ya vijana wetu ambaye wengi wao katika kaunti ya Mombasa hujipata wamekwenda baharini, na kama kungekuwa na stadia ile ambaye wangekwenda kule kukimbia, pengine tungepata wakimbiaji wengine kutoka Mombasa. Mheshimiwa Spika, wakati Mheshimiwa Faki aliponiuliza niweze kuchangia katika hoja hili, kuna jambo fulani ambalo linipitia kwenye fikira zangu, ya kwamba kweli kabisa tuna kaunti ya 47, tuko na talenta nyingi katika Kenya hii. Je, wakati nyingine si inatubidi tuketi ili tuweze kuangalia kaunti zote za Kenya, tuone ni kwamba ni gani hazina hizi institutions ama viwanja vya michezo? Kwa sababu Mr. Speaker, na utaniwia radhi kwa sababu Kiswahili ni kitu kigeni kwangu, lakini nitajaribu tu. Nitajaribu kabisa. Niko sawa, nashukuru sana. Asante sana. Mheshimiwa Spika, tunajua ya kwamba mara kwa mara Kenya hii huwa inaenda kutafuta nafasi ya kuweza kuwa na zile michezo za Kiafrika. Watu husema katika Kenya hii viwanja zile ambazo tunazo ni chache. Wengi husema zile viwanja tuko nazo zote ni Nairobi. Wengine husema pengine kuna moja Eldoret. Kuna ingine kule Kisumu. Hoja hii ambaye imeletwa na mwenzetu ni hoja ambaye tunatakiwa zote tuangalie kwa manufaa ya biashara, economic impact, kama vile wazungu wanasema. Mheshimiwa Spika, tukuwa na kiwanja yoyote, stadia kubwa ambaye inaweza kuwa na ile michezo kubwa. Mheshimiwa huyu anatakaje? Mheshimiwa Kiranja, no, wewe unataka nini? Kiongozi walio wengi. Mheshimiwa Spika, kiongozi walio wengi wachache tulikubaliana naye kwamba mimi wakati nazungumza hapa ananiangalia. Ndio nikipotea hivi kidogo ananisaidia. Lakini sasa ameanza kuzungumza na nini? Na Wambua. Hii iko shida kubwa sana. Mheshimiwa Spika, ni vizuri sana. Mimi kweli naunga mkono hoja hii ya kuweza kuweka fedha katika ujenzi wa mastadia. Lakini lile jambo ambalo lazima pia tulitilie manani ni kwamba je, wakati ile ambaye tumetenga fedha kadhaa, jukumu la county litakuwa lipi ili kuhakikisha kwamba hii stadia haitakuwa ni ile ambayo watu wanasema white elephant project. Ni lazima tukichanga pesa ya kujenga kiwanja, isikue ndovu nyeupe, isikue ni ile nyumba kubwa ambayo imejengwa huko tu. So Mheshimiwa Spika, ni lazima tujiulize maswali ya kwamba kweli mimi naunga mkono kabisa, naunga mkono tuweze kutafuta hela ya kwenda kujenga stadia, lakini lazima tukiweka hiyo hela kila mwaka pia tuweze kuchangia hela zingine za kuweza kumaintain ama kuhifadhi ile stadia. Kwa sababu Mheshimiwa Spika, hapa hivi tunaweza furahia, tusimame, tuseme kweli tuchangie hela na tuweke hata bilioni 2. Tukishaweka, sisi wenyewe tunajua ile shida ambayo inatokea Kenya kama Wakenya. Mara contractor amekwenda kule, hajamaliza hiyo project, ile ambaye ni ya bilioni 2 inaenda kuhitaji bilioni 6. Corruption ama ufisadi ni kitu ambaye lazima Mheshimiwa Faki ambaye ameleta hii hoja hakikisha kwamba seneti ikipitisha ili kaunti ya Mombasa ipate ile hela ambaye imehifadhiwa iweze kwenda kujenga ile stadia, lazima kuhakikisha kwamba zile timelines, what do you call timelines? Ule muda ambao umetolewa ama umedhaminiwa, hiyo nini? Hiyo imedhaminiwa kuweza kuhakikisha kwamba project hiyo imemalizika, imetiliwa maanani. Bwana Spika, Bwana Spika, ningeomba tafadhali
Maseneta tafadhali tumsikize, tuwe kimya tafadhali Senator. Sawa, endelea Senator.
Mheshimiwa Spika, nilikuwa nimeandika notes, taarifa kidogo ili iweze kunisaidia kuweza kuchangia hii, lakini kuna mambo mengine ambaye Mheshimiwa Spika utaniruhusu niseme katika Kizungu kwa sababu ndio itakuwa na maana. Alafu mtanieleza ambaye inatakiwa kusema nini katika Kiswahili. Mheshimiwa Spika, wakati wowote ile ambaye tunatenga hela ya watu wa Kenya, public funds, ni lazima tutingatie vitu viwili maanani sana. Ile ambaye wazungu wanasema cost benefit analysis na pia long term funding sustainability. Na hiyo ndio jambo ambaye nimezungumzia kwamba ndio mimi nimefurahia county zote ni lazima county zote tukua maseneta kutoka county 47 tujiulize kweli ile hela ambaye tunatenga tuweze kwenda kujenga kama ni hospitali, tusipate shida tena kama Kakamega County. Mheshimiwa Spika, Kakamega County na ni vizuri sana kiranja walio wengi hako hapa. Kuna hospitali ambaye ilijengwa na haijaiisha. Ikakuwa ile mwenzangu Mheshimiwa kutoka Nyandara anaita ndovu kubwa. Ndovu nyeupe kubwa. White elephant project. Mheshimiwa Spika, kama mngenikubalia tu nizungumze Kizungu kwa hii, wewe ningeongea vitu zingine ambaye mungejua ukweli kabisa. Ni lazima tukifanya kazi, tukiketi hapa, tusifanye tu ile ya kwamba ambaye tunafurahia kweli. Tujiulize kweli hii kiwanja ambaye inaenda kujengwa itadumu? Ile hela ambaye tunasema ni kitu ambaye imefanyia utafiti kujulikana ya kwamba katika ekonomia ya sasa. Mheshimiwa Spika, gunia moja ya simiti sasa ni shilingi 900. Kweli ile hela ambaye tunasema tutatenga ili tuweze kujenga hiyo, ni vizuri tuangalie hii hoja, tuone kamba tunaweza ongeza hela zingine nyingi wa kila mwaka kuweza kuhifadhi. Nakumbuka Mheshimiwa Spika, wakati ile ambaye county government zilikuwa zinabuniwa, kuna zile counties ambazo hazikuwa na headquarters yao, ambaye makao makuu, ambaye pia Senate hii iliweza kuchangia hela ndio ziweze kujengwa. Ukiangalia katika hizo zote ni chache sana ambazo zilimalizwa. Kuna zingine bado hazijai, hiyo project haijaiisha. So lazima tutilie maanani sana. Mheshimiwa Spika, Kiswahili ni ngumu, wacha nifikishe hapo. Mungu awabariki.
Senator Boni Kalwale.
Asante sana Bwana Spika. Bwana Spika, naomba kuchangia hii mswada, na kabla sijatoa maoni yangu Bwana Spika, ningependa kumshukuru ndugu yangu Faki na mwenye aliyemuunga mkono ndugu yangu Justice. Hii maneno ya Mombasa Stadium sio kitu ya kufanyia mchezo. Mombasa Stadium ya Mombasa ilianza kabla tupate uhuru katika taifa hii yetu ya Kenya. Ni jambo la kusikitisha sana kwamba successive governments zimekataa kufadhili kuboresha hii kiwanja ya kitaifa. Nikizungumza Bwana Spika, siwezi nikalaumu serikali ya kitaifa peke yake. Hata serikali ya ugatuzi ya Mombasa, ndugu zangu wengine hamkuwa hapa, mimi nilikuwa katika hii seneti nikiona ndugu yangu aliyekuwa gavana Joho akichukua hundi ya pesa milioni 500 akaweka kwa hii stadium kwamba anataka kujenga. Hiyo bajeti ikapita. Leo hii watu wa pwani ambao mnanisikiza, haswa Mombasa, tuulize Joho si kwa ubaya. Hii milioni 500 yenye mheshimiwa gavana aliweka ilienda wapi? Tunaweza shinda tukingojea kwamba national government iweke pesa kama tunataka tena kufungua chombo kingine cha wanaume kula pesa. Wanawake, mambo ya wanawake katika wizi haikuangi mingi sana. Hata uzuri ya mama akiiba.
Senator Wambua, hoja nidhamu yako nini?
Bwana Spika, na kushukuru kwa kunipatia nafasi niulize ama nisimame katika hoja ya nidhamu. Nimemsikia seneta wa Kakamega akidai ya kwamba alimuona kinara wa Azimio ambaye alikuwa ni gavana wa Mombasa amebeba kitita cha milioni 500. Bwana Spika,
wache aongee.
Bwana Spika,
hoja ya nidhamu.
Unajua Senator Kinyua hapo mbeleni alikuwa nafikiria peke yake anaweza ongea Kiswahili. Sisi tukielewa, tukimenya sisi. Sasa huyu Senator Alwale alimuona wapi huyu Gavana Joho akibeba kitita cha milioni 500? Alafu akiongea hapa akasema ati yeye ana uhakika ya kwamba ufisadi umekita mizizi katika upande wa wanaume, lakini kwa upande wa wanawake amna. Bwana Spika, kuna hoja ya nidhamu 105. Sasa yeye atueleze anajuaje haya maneno. Nashukuru Bwana Spika.
Asante sana Bwana Spika. Bwana Spika,
Senator, utasubiri kidogo, iko hoja ya nidhamu ingine.
Ingine? Mnataka kunimaliza?
Senator Stuart Mazayo.
Asante Bwana Spika. Bwana Spika, katika hoja hii nataka kumuuliza tu, ile hoja ya nidhamu ni kwamba sheria zetu za kanuni nasema kwamba huwezi kumtaja mtu ambaye hayuko ndani ya hii nyumba kuweza kujitetea, ama ambaye hakupewa taarifa ya kwamba anatakikana aje ajitetee. Kwa hiyo sijui kama alivyokuwa akiongea kwamba alikuwa ameonekana akibeba hicho kitita ama hizo pesa hazikutumika vizuri. Bwana Spika, ni sawa kwa seneta wetu ambaye namuenzi sana, kiranja wa walio wengi, kusema kwamba aliweza kumwona Hassan Joho akiwa amebeba kitita hicho na yeye hayuko hapa wala hakuulizwa aje hapa ndani ya bunge ajitetee?
Senator, maseneta, nadhani vile Senator Boni Khalwale alipokuwa akijaribu kujieleza ni ya kwamba gavana wa Mombasa alitenga hizi pesa, lakini kama hakumaanisha kwamba hizi pesa zilikuwa zimetengwa na gavana wa Mombasa, aliyekuwa gavana wa Mombasa, ni lazima Senator Boni Khalwale uthibitishe maneno yako na uthibitishe kwa hii nyumba wakati kikao ambayo itafuata. Utaweza kuthibitisha, Senator Boni Khalwale?
Asante sana Bwana Spika. Bwana Spika, naomba wenzangu wanisikize, alafu kama una maoni ambayo inatofautiana na mchango yangu unisahihishe katika contribution yako. Kulingana na sheria ya hii bunge, kuna uhuru wa kuzungumza. Ikiwa tutaua uhuru wa kuzungumza, hata tutaogopa kusema ni nani anaiba fertilizer wakati huu. Mkiua, wacha nimwambie, mkiua uhuru wa kuzungumza katika hii bunge.
Senator,
yes.
Pole Senator, lakini iko hoja ya nidhamu. John Methu, nini hoja yako ya nidhamu?
Mheshimiwa Spika, nimekusikiza vizuri sana ulipokuwa ukitoa mwelekeo wako, na kabla aseme kama atakuja kueleza ama hatakuja kueleza hapa, nafikiria ni vyema mimi pamoja na naibu mwenyekiti wa kamati ya hesabu za bunge na seneti hii almaarufu Public Accounts Committee tueleze kuwa ama tuseme kuwa kama vile Senator Daktari Boni Khalwale alivyosema, siku ile sisi tulipokuwa tumeenda Mombasa na kamati ile ya mahesabu ya bunge hili, tulienda huko kuangalia kwa sababu iko pesa ambayo kama vile alivyosema shilingi milioni 500 ilikuwa tayari imeshawekwa, na hiyo ni rekodi ambazo hauhitaji hata kumuuliza Senator Khalwale. Kwa rekodi zetu hapa za bunge, nipe nafasi nimalize mheshimiwa.
Nitakupa nafasi umalize, lakini ulisimama kwa hoja ya nidhamu.
Ndio.
Na wewe unapatiana hoja ya maelezo.
Napeana hoja ya nidhamu. Mheshimiwa Spika, ningeomba ndio uweze kuelewa kama ni hoja ya maelezo ama ni hoja ya nidhamu.
Inakaa kama hoja ya maelezo. Ungeomba ambaye alikuwa amesimama kama anataka kuelezwa.
Ni hoja ya nidhamu kwa sababu pia kiongozi wetu jaji mstaafu Mheshimiwa Stuart Mazayo alitumia maneno haya kusema ni sawa mambo haya yadhibitishwe, na ndio nilikuwa ninaeleza kwa hiyo hoja yangu ya nidhamu. Mheshimiwa Spika, haya basi hoja ya kumfahamisha Mheshimiwa Boni Khalwale, sisi kama
nimekubali.
Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa hoja sasa ya kumwelimisha ama kumfahamisha Mheshimiwa Daktari Boni Khalwale, wakati ule tulipokuwa tumeenda pale Mombasa, tulienda kwa sababu mfanya hesabu mkuu wa serikali almaarufu Auditor General alikuwa amesema kitita cha shilingi milioni 500 kilikuwa tayari kimetumika kwa uwanja huu ambao Mheshimiwa Seneta Faki ameomba uongezwe shilingi bilioni 1,700,000. Lakini tulipofika kule, Mheshimiwa Spika, tulipata ni msitu ambao umetumika ama hakuna jambo. Mheshimiwa naibu wa mwenyekiti anaweza kudhibitisha kuwa tulipoenda Mombasa hakuna kitu tulichoona kinachofanana na shilingi milioni 500. Ndio maanake Mheshimiwa Halwale anasema ni lazima tena ielezwe mambo hayo. Najua ameelezeka sasa Mheshimiwa Halwale.
Senator Cherargei, nini hoja yako?
Mheshimiwa Spika, nataka nimpe ndugu yangu kiongozi ambaye anapambana na bullfighting ya kwamba kama naibu mwenyekiti wa masuala na kamati masuala ya hesabu katika bunge hili na bunge la seneti, niliongoza jeshi ya maseneta kutembelea katika kaunti ya Uasin Gishu, Mheshimiwa Spika, ya Mombasa, samahani, na wakati tulifika katika kaunti ya Mombasa, Mheshimiwa Spika, tulipata ya kwamba gatuzi la Mombasa, tulipata ya kwamba ile uwanja wa michezo umebadilika, uga wa mchezo umebadilika na kuwa mahali wanyama wanakoishi, Mheshimiwa Spika. Kuna majizimu huko, Mheshimiwa Spika, katika uga huo, na ili hali katika zile bajeti, Mheshimiwa Spika, na zile hesabu za ukaguzi wa masuala ya ukaguzi wa hesabu, Mheshimiwa Spika, tuko na zile stakabadhi zozote za bajeti kuonyesha kaunti ya Mombasa ambayo wakati huo Governor Joho alikuwa governor, waliweka zaidi ya milioni 500. Ninataka kumweleza Mheshimiwa Spika.
Kaa chini Senator. Senator, hii jadala tutaendelea tena. Iko maelekezo ya kwamba ikifika saa 11:30 Senator Kavindu akona hoja ya kusoma kwa hii nyumba. So Senator Kavindu, uko nafasi.
Mi niliweka kwa kizungu kwa hivyo. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, lately we have experienced extremely heavy downpours of rains in various parts of our country. This rainfall...
Senator, you need to move the motion as it appears on your paper, that pursuant to Standing Order 37, and you have 10 minutes to move your motion.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Motion of adjournment to discuss a definite matter of urgent national importance. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move notice of the following motion, that pursuant to Standing Order 37, the Senate do now adjourn to discuss a definite matter of urgent national importance, namely the delays of the release of the disaster management funds to floods victims arising from the prevailing heavy rains and subsequent flooding in many parts of the country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senator Agnes Kavindu Muthama. Okay, now I move with my notes. Okay. Mr. Speaker.
Just a moment.
No, which is which?
Proceed, Senator Kavindu.
Okay. Let Senator Wambua second me. See, that's what I'm doing.
Senator Kavindu. Senator Kavindu, after moving your motion, you can debate on it. You have 10 minutes, and then you can call the seconder to second.
Okay. Mr. Speaker, lately we have experienced extremely heavy downpours of rains in various parts of the country. This rainfall, as various parts of the country, has resulted to floods in the various parts of the country. The number of people impacted by the rain, by the March-May long rains, continue to rise, with the estimated 485 people, 20,687 households, affecting including 40,265 people, 8,053 households, displaced 32 deaths, and 15 injured across the country. As of 18th April, according to the Kenyan Red Cross Society, the heavy rains causing floods have also resulted in loss of livelihoods, including livestock, cropland, and destruction of small business, damages of schools, water resources, and major roads and bridges have also been reported. In Machakos County, where I come from, several households have been affected. Farms and homes have been submerged, roads and bridges, while animals have been swept away because of the water of the downpour. Mr. Speaker, schools, hospitals, hospital areas of common amenities like churches, mosques, none of these places have been spared. We have lost lives, and last few days to the continuous heavy rains that have hit the nation. The country, the county government of Machakos have made efforts to find solutions. However, sub-counties like Mavoko, Matungulu, Kangundo, Mwala, and mostly affected further areas such as Joska, Nguluni, Cheleni, Ndulie, Ndivo, Oldonyo Sabuk, Mudhwani, Kasoito, Kinanie, and Nyani, where floods caused havoc, resulting to loss of livelihoods and supplies going to those areas. Mr. Speaker, it is on record that in December 2023, the national government disbursed 20 billion to the 39 counties that had been affected by the floods. Also, early this year, the government, in support of the World Bank, stated that there were plans to disperse 154 billion through the expansion of the hunger, safety, and program, which gives cash to drought victims. That includes households affected by the climate-induced shock, such as floods. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, I am calling upon the national government to include Machakos County and any other county under this program and urgently release the funds to mitigate the affected, the effects of the flooding, and also rehabilitate of infrastructure, the roads and the schools damaged by the floods. Mr. Speaker, I ask Senator Enokio to support. To second. Thank you.
Senator Kio.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I take this opportunity to second the adjournment motion brought by Senator Kavindu on the disastrous effects of flooding in Machakos County and beyond. The Speaker, it is clear to everyone in this country now that the El Nino phenomenon is still active. And that, Madam Speaker, the resultant effects of this phenomenon are manifesting in heavy downpours, followed by floods and loss of livelihoods and loss of lives. Mr. Speaker, beyond Machakos, the Seven Forks dams, including Masinga, Kamburu, Kiambere, Mutonga, Kindaruma, those dams are filling up at a very, very fast rate. And it is just a matter of days before we begin to experience serious flooding downstream across several counties, including Kitui, and the real impact of this flooding will be felt in the county of my neighbors, the Tana River County. Madam Speaker, a few days ago, that was on Sunday, I drove through Machakos, and at the river that flows across the county, near actually the river town, it seriously burst its banks. And there were serious catastrophic effects of the flooding, including loss of lives. Houses have been washed away. The Speaker, I thought I would find solace and safety on the expressway. And so I joined the expressway at Mulolongo. And Madam Speaker, I suffered the same fate as I was suffering on the normal road. Madam Speaker, while speaking about the effects of this flooding in this country, you begin to ask yourself, what is it with our road engineers? Why is it that we don't seem to get a lot of things right? Somebody would have thought that because the expressway is a modern piece of infrastructure, designed just the other day and implemented just the other day, then somebody would have put thought into a drainage system that works. Now, Speaker, there's nothing as scary as driving upstairs, as it were, on the rooftop on a flooded road. There's nothing as scary as that. Madam Speaker, as we deal with this issue of flooding, I think there is a reason that we must begin to ask questions, irrespective of who it is that brought this project to us. irrespective of which government has implemented what project. Because Madam Speaker, at the end of the day, this is public utility constructed, implemented, and run using public funds. Madam Speaker, we were all here in December and November last year when county governments were falling over each other to allocate billions of shillings to disaster management, fearing that El Nino was coming and things were going to go wrong. Madam Speaker, the question that we should be asking these counties, and I need the clerks to, because I'm seeing the clock doing funny things. Madam Speaker, with, there is no need for shouting. There is no need at all. Madam Speaker, with... The
time is up. Have you seconded? I'll give you 1 minute to second.
Madam Speaker, the last time I checked...
Let him say it for himself, please, Senator.
Madam Speaker, the last time I checked, Senator Kenya only acted in that position for a few weeks. He is not the Speaker of the House.
Senator Wambua.
Madam Speaker, I take orders from the Speaker. And the Speaker has ordered me to second. And the Speaker, through your orders, not any other orders, through your orders, Madam Speaker, I do second.
Thank you, Senator Wambua. Senator Kenya, you can use your opportunity now instead of trying. Oh, sorry. You realize, Senator Kenya, your noise is also confusing the chair. So you should reduce it so that we are able to make proper proceedings for the House. Honorable Senators, we propose a question that pursuant to Standing Order 37, the Senate do adjourn to discuss a matter, a definite matter of urgent national importance, namely to delay in the release of the disaster, namely the delay in the release of the disaster management funds to flood victims due to the prevailing heavy rains and subsequent flooding in many parts of the country. We will now, as many as are that opinion, say aye. Now we'll open up the debate for the senators to contribute. So each senator will have 5 minutes to contribute to this debate, and I will now invite Senator Kenya to take the floor.
Asante, Bi Speaker. Nataka kuchukua fursa hii kwanza kabisa kutuma risala za rambirambi kwa wale ambao wameathirika na haya mafuriko, Bi Speaker. Kwanza kabisa nimpongeze Seneta wa Machakos, Seneta Kavindu kwa mswada huu. Na niseme, Bi Speaker, ni kweli kabisa. Barabara zimebebwa na maji, daraja zimebebwa na maji, Mr. Speaker, mimea, vikingi vya simu, kila mahali, Bi Speaker. Haya mafuriko yameleta mahangaiko, Bi Speaker. Na Bi Speaker, kile ambacho ni cha kuvunja moyo sana, kulikuwa na tetesi ya kwamba kaunti zetu zimejikimu vilivyo baada ya wao kuambiwa na watabiri wa hali ya hewa ya kwamba kutakuwa na haya mafuriko. Wakasema wamejiandaa vilivyo na sasa wanangoja. Lakini, Bi Speaker, kile ambacho tumeona ni watu wetu wakiumia, Bi Speaker. Watoto shule zikibebwa na maji. Ukiangalia barabara zetu zinabebwa na maji. Kisa na maana, hakuna jambo lolote, Bi Speaker, linaonekana watu walikuwa wamejitayarisha. Bi Speaker, mitaro imejaa maji, na ilhali tulikuwa tumeambiwa na gatuzi zetu ya kwamba wamejiandaa, mitaro imetengenezwa, hakutakuwa na shida kama hii, Mr. Speaker. Swali linalojiuliza, Mr. Speaker, na linalisumbua sana ni kwamba sisi katika vyuo vikuu vyetu tunafundisha wahandisi. Wahandisi hawa, Mr. Speaker, sijui ni kazi gani wanafanya, kwa sababu hata mahali ambapo huwezi ukapata maji yamejaa, barabara zetu tayari zinabebwa na maji. Si hiyo tu, Mr. Speaker, unapata sasa vile ambavyo ningependa, Mr. Speaker, ni serikali kuu ichukue jukumu na ifanye hili jambo liwe la dharura, kwa sababu baada ya haya mafuriko, Mr. Speaker, utapata kutakuwa na shida nyingi, kutakuwa na hali ukosefu wa chakula, kwa sababu mimea yetu tayari imebebwa na maji, Mr. Speaker. Utapata kuna shida katika mashule yetu, magonjwa yataanza, utasikia kumekuwa na ugonjwa wa kolera, magonjwa mengi ambayo yataletwa na hali ya kutokuwa na usafi, Mr. Speaker, kwa sababu ya haya mambo ya maji ya gharika, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, si la kuvunja moyo sana ni ya kuwa kila wakati ambapo kuna haya mafuriko ni jambo ambalo linajirudia. Inaoneshana ni kana kwamba sisi katika seneti hii kazi yetu ni kugawa pesa, na hizi pesa hazitumiki kwa vile ambavyo vinapaswa kutumika katika gatuzi zetu, Mr. Speaker. Kwa sababu itakuwa ni mazoea, Mr. Speaker, baada ya haya mafuriko kuisha, unapata hakuna jambo lingine linaendelea kutendeka. Sasa jambo ambalo litakuwa katika seneti hii ni kutafuta pesa za dharura kujaribu kuleta afueni, Mr. Speaker, kwa barabara zetu za gatuzi zetu. Sio hiyo tu, hata shule zetu za chekechea na barabara zetu ambazo sisi tunazishughulikia katika seneti hii. Kwa hivyo Bwana Speaker, Mr. Speaker, hiwe ni funzo, Mr. Speaker, ili ndio tuweze kujua kwamba ikiwa kama vile Mheshimiwa Senator Wambua alivyosema, hata ukipitia expressway ilikuwa imejaa maji. Mr. Speaker, isipotee kwangu, si nchi yetu ya Kenya peke yake, Mr. Speaker. Niliangalia hata nchi ya mahali ambapo kunaitwa UAE. Niliona hata Dubai, niliona uwanja wa ndege umejaa maji, Mr. Speaker, na nilidhania pengine wale wameendelea, lakini nikakumbuka ya kwamba, Mr. Speaker, kila mahali kusipopangwa maji. Mr. Speaker, niliambiwa leo asubuhi na ndugu yangu ya kwamba kuna mambo mawili ambayo hayasahau, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, ndovu akipitia mahali hasahau mahali amepitia. Mr. Speaker, nayo maji hayasahau mahali ambayo yamepitia. Kwa hivyo hawa watu, Mr. Speaker, mimi inanifurahisha sana wakati huu, kwa sababu Mr. Speaker, Medho ambaye ni seneta wa Nyandarua huwa wanashughulika sana katika kamati yao na watu ambao wanauza mashamba, hizi ploti ambazo zinauzwa. Na ni wakati huu ndio mzuri zaidi mtu kuangalia mahali aliuziwa, Mr. Speaker, kwa sababu unapata hizi ploti kwa lugha ya kina Medho wanasema maguta. Sijui ni kusema sijui mafuta, Mr. Speaker. Hizo ploti, Bwana Speaker, saa hii ukienda uangalie mahali ambapo ziko, utaona ni vikingi tu pale juu, kwa kikingi ndio imebaki, kwa sababu hizi ploti ambapo wananchi wa Kenya wamekuwa kiuziwa ziko chini ya maji, Mr. Speaker. Kwa hivyo ni wakati huu ambapo sisi kama jumba hili la seneti tunapaswa tulete mabadiliko na tuangalie vizuri seneta na
time is up. Senator Beth Siengo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. I want to appreciate Senator Ankines Kavindu for bringing this motion, which is very key. Right now, Madam Speaker, Kenyans are suffering because of floods, lots of water. Bridges have been washed, roads have been destroyed, homes have been flooded, people are drowning, and this is real suffering to Kenyans. Madam Speaker, I would say it is important that the current administration learns to care for Kenyans. If the funds have been set aside to address this issue, it is important that the money is not diverted, the funds are not taken elsewhere, but they are used for the proper purpose, why the money was set aside. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, the senator from Machakos has counted the areas affected by these floods. But I would say also in other counties all over the country, the effects of flooding is being felt. In Kitui, Madam Speaker, just a few days ago, I stood in this house to bring a statement on the completion of NCU Bridge, NCU River Bridge, that has not been attended to. And the government had committed itself to complete the bridge since 2021 after a tragic incident that happened. Madam Speaker, it's so disheartening to watch over the news. Every time people in Nyando are crying, Bundalanki, they are crying. They have no houses, they have no food. In Baringo, people are crying. They have moved from their homes. They are living in tents, yet they are in this independent country of Kenya. Mr. Speaker, I would request that proper mechanisms are put in place to ensure that we have preparedness. Why is it that in Kenya we don't learn? Why is it in Kenya things are repeated? The last time we had floods, people suffered the same, and the government promised to do something to save Kenyans. Nothing has been done since. Now this year we are crying during these long rains. Kenyans are suffering. And I bet maybe next year, but then things, again, floods will come and people will be suffering. Why is it that as a country we don't learn? Why is it that the government doesn't take decisive measures to ensure that the issue of floods and drought is addressed once and for all? Madam Speaker,
what is your point of order, Senator Chirari?
Mr. Speaker, if I had, is it in order if I had Senator Siengo, the incoming women rep of Kitui, if I had her right, did she mean that understanding Order 105, did she mean that the government should stop rain? Did she mean that? Because she's saying the government should stop rain and floods. Does she mean that the government should stop rains, which is an act of God?
Senator Beth Siengo, can you clarify whether what you said is to mean that the government
Thank you, Madam
stop
Speaker. I would request my friend to listen carefully. I heard him indicating that Baba did not attend the burial, and I didn't see him because the river nearest to his home was flooded that day, and he could not cross over also to attend the burial. Madam Speaker, what I meant is that the government must mitigate.
Senator Beth, respond to the issue which the Speaker has directed you to respond to. Do not respond to other issues to countermand.
Madam Speaker, I was only indicating
Senator
that day.
Chirarige, maintain peace, please. She's going to respond. Hold your peace. I have directed you hold your peace.
You are consuming my time, Senator Chirarige. You are my friend from Nandi. What I indicated is that the river near your home was flooded on Sunday, and that's why you could not get out of your home. Madam Speaker, what I meant is that the government must mitigate.
Senator Beth, can you, Senator Chirarige, can you maintain silence? Senator Beth, you have been specifically requested to respond to whether you have said government should stop floods and rains. Can you respond to that?
Thank you. Madam Speaker, what I meant is the government should mitigate on the floods when there are rains. I know you are home, Senator Chirarige. I've been there severally.
So proceed. Your time is up, Senator Beth. Resume your seat now. Senator Beth,
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I support.
Senator Cherarigei, all issues are clarified, including the fact that Senator Beth clearly knows where your home is. She has been there. So, Senator Gloria Oroba.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg to be protected and my time preserved for my contributions. Madam Speaker, I have had the senators in the House reference that the government. They have been saying the government should do this, the government should do that. You know, this is the upper house. We are here because of the introduction of devolution. We went down to county governments. As a matter of fact, even the national disaster response was devolved. The funds were devolved down to county. And even if we are talking about delays on the disbursement of the monies from the exchequer to the counties, why are we not addressing the fact that the same counties, some of them who even received the same fund for the disaster management, even for the last year, cannot account for it? Why are we not talking about the on-source revenue? We were here legislating about the taxes that we collect on infrastructure, on commercial buildings. I think it was Senator Cheriyot's bill in terms of framing the taxes that are, the levies that are put on commercial buildings and real estate and land. And Madam Speaker, no one is asking the hard questions. All the money, for instance, that is being collected from Nairobi County, led by our governor, Sakaja, Madam Speaker. It is Nairobi County that is a swimming pool. You want to tell me that we are not able to actually go and say, how difficult is it for you to clear the drainages? How expensive is it for you to ensure that the drainages that we have in Nairobi are not filled up with all the trash that is there? Madam Speaker, sometimes I think that we take the conversations to the wrong side. We can literally stand here and say, oh, the president, oh, national government. But if we keep reverting back to the national government, then are we also saying devolution is not working? Because if we cannot stand here and ask questions to the governors who have been given the powers, who have been given the resources, who have been given the funds, and we are never directing the questions to them, I would like to know, as a resident of both Kisii County and Nairobi County, I would like to know why in Nairobi we are swimming, yet we pay the highest taxes. Nairobi is the county that collects in on-source revenue. That's the county that gives the highest amount of money. Yet, when these questions are being tabled, we are now going back to say, oh, the president. Where is Sakaja? Where is Governor Sakaja? We need to know. Is he also stuck somewhere in the floods? Because we want to know, is he using these roads that we are using to come to parliament? Because maybe perhaps he's forever in a chopper, Madam Speaker. So these questions that we are directing both to the national government, I want to urge these senators in this house, because they each come from a county, 47 delegations. Let them stand and tell us, by the way, in Machakos County, my governor has done ABCD, because they are also receiving disaster management funds. And the other question that we are not asking is, they want funds. Do they have capacity to deal with resiliency plans? Do they even have resiliency plans? We have been given a tool by national government through the Ministry of Interior, called the Kenya Initial Rapid Assessment, KIRA tool. This tool is supposed to give capacity to county governments to be able to anticipate and deal with disasters. I can tell you, yesterday I had some of the county officials of Nairobi County on a TV station talking about their plans on disaster management. They are referencing nothing. They are referencing no tools. They are referencing no resiliency plan. And I can tell you, we cannot keep pushing for money when we can't even ask the hard questions of where is the money actually going to. Madam Speaker, the only question I want to ask, and this one is specifically to Governor Johnson Sakaja, how difficult is it to clear the drainages on our roads? How expensive is it? Because you cannot have Oledume, all the areas of Kilimani, Kileleshwa, all up. You can't. It is impossible. Where is the money going to? So let us ask the difficult questions and let us hold the people responsible, particularly the governors, because this is a devolved function, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Manzo Daniel Kitonga.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to support this very important motion. I want to begin with Nairobi, that the county and its management are seized to the fact that there are quite a number of homes built on the riparian paths. And I remember Michuki, when he was alive and he was a minister, he managed very well the issue of riparian ownership, such that people have built homes on water, you know, on waterways, on rivers. And after a long time, when rains come, then you find homes, floods, you know, flooded, and children who are very innocent buyers or people who have leased properties or renting, finding themselves losing their property, yet somebody would have avoided building on a riparian ownership. One time there was a river which flooded in Nairobi because a building had been built along Bagathi Way, and it blocked Nairobi River there. And the government ordered it to be brought down, yet it had been approved by officers of this city. Therefore, riparian ownership must be respected. When you go to Machakos County, just before you cross River Athi on your way to Machakos, you'll see a big establishment, a very big estate, which has been built to the left. And it is what they have done to River Athi is they have attempted to build a wall, you know, to prevent the river from crossing over to these very expensive houses. Madam Speaker, I want to tell the developers and the people who approved that in my history, I've seen River Athi flood very badly around that area, including soaking all the warehouses which are there. And therefore, the people who are innocently buy those houses must think twice. I think the government is responsible in a way of making sure riparian land is respected and the river is allowed to flow on its pathway. The moment you try to block it, it is just like the biblical person who built on sand and waited for the rains to wash their house. I am encouraging the residents and the people who are buying houses and properties, please make sure you buy a house which is built on the rock and is not likely to be swept away by the rivers. When you go down to Makueni, Madam Speaker, just a few days ago, 8 people were washed by a river where, as leadership, we had always proposed a bridge, budget would be made, and the bridge would never be built. Madam Speaker, this place is called Kavudu, somewhere near Emali. And when these people were attempting to cross, despite a lot of warnings of floods, and even sometimes you have just to see the raging rivers, and it could be dangerous, you as an individual, to walk into water. Forget about people who are getting surprised in their houses by flooding waters at night. Madam Speaker, this particular issue was so bad that 4 of these people have never been seen up to today. The government did very little to help them, although they were coming from a government function. And up to today, 4 people can never be traced, and the families are suffering. We have really lobbied the government to do this bridge so that people would avoid going long places or taking risks to get to their homes. So, Madam Speaker, the issue of floods is a very serious matter. No one can control nature, but nature does not respect corruption. God doesn't respect corruption. When you build on riparian ownership, whether it is after 100 years, whether it's after 20 years, one day there will be unusual water, and there will be trouble for whoever has built in water paths and or near rivers. But as we are going to the international scene, you have seen what has happened in many other parts of the world. Many developed places like America get to flood once in a while. We have seen floods in Europe. We have seen floods in Arabia, even in deserts where no one ever expects floods. And therefore, what I want to challenge the governments, and our government particularly, is to prepare for flooding. We have allocated enough money, clear the pathways, clear the blockages. I am really yet to see what has been done by the county government of Nairobi. You see the emergency funds they have, and the national government's funds which we have, to make sure that the parts of Nairobi are not full of water, and we are not just swimming, as has been alluded, through the roads, and especially the expressway, Madam Speaker. It's such a huge danger when the water...
Time up, Senator.
Senator Joe Nyoto.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity. I also rise to support this motion by the member, the Senator for Machakos, my good friend, Senator Kavindu. Madam Speaker, over the last few days, rains have pounded this country in a big way. This has resulted to many problems, flooding, Madam Speaker, and in some cases, landslides. As we speak here in my county of Murang'a, Madam Speaker, we have had some landslides affecting the road between Murang'a town and Kiriaini town, Madam Speaker, and that is in Township Ward of Kiharu constituency. We also have a bridge in Kigumo constituency, that is Mudhidhi Ward, the bridge that connects Kiahiti to Mudhidhi, Madam Speaker. And so, as I stand here, I am also one of the people whose counties have been affected by these floods. Madam Speaker, these things need to be addressed at the earliest possible opportunity. Our counties, and I think I want to stand with my other colleagues who have submitted that we should not be quick to blame the national government, Madam Speaker, because county governments have been, the funds have been disbursed to county governments, and they have what we call an emergency fund, Madam Speaker. Counties should move with speed. Counties should also do things that are preventive. They should prevent some of these occurrences like landslides from happening, Madam Speaker. Gabions were a thing that was very common in President Moi's time, and I think, Madam Speaker, this is something that counties can do with locally available materials because they have the fund. So, Madam Speaker, as I stand here, I think I want first to urge the county government of Murang'a to address the landslides affecting the Murang'a-Kiriaini Road, to go to the Kiahiti Bridge between Mudhidhi and the other side of Kiahiti and see that mitigative measures have been put in place, Madam Speaker. But even as we say this, and I'm happy that one of my colleagues has also talked about it, we must see to it that waterways are not blocked by anything, Madam Speaker. And this is where physical planning departments of various counties then come in, so that they should not allow any developments, any buildings put up in waterways, in riparian lands, Madam Speaker. And these are things that are within the county's capacity. Madam Speaker, I'm also thinking that we should see to it that we harvest this water. Because this water, we are having floods, and then after some time, people are going to cry that they have no water in some areas. And so, because counties may not be able to do big dams, but they can do water ponds to harvest this water. Because if we harvest this water, then it is not going to damage our roads, our other facilities, Madam Speaker. And we need to be disaster prepared. Every county should have a disaster preparedness plan, so that, Madam Speaker, we do not become a country, we do not become counties that only come in when disasters have happened, that they can prevent these disasters from happening because they will be disaster prepared, Madam Speaker. And so, as we speak here, we must also urge our people that are living in low areas that may be affected by floods to try and move to upper grounds, Madam Speaker. And for those that are affected and those who may suspect that there could be landslides near where they live, Madam Speaker, we also need as a House to ask them to move to safer places. With that, I submit and I support the motion by Senator Kavindu of Machakos County. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Senator Siga Kegei Christo.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise to support the motion that is being tabled here this evening. And Speaker, this is clearly climate change in action. And it is a wonder to me why we are not taking disaster management funding more seriously and in fact increasing its allocation the more we are experiencing climate change and its effects on our country. Madam Speaker, climate change related crises have a direct impact on persons with disabilities. When it destroys accessible buildings, when it damages transport infrastructure, when it deteriorates our existing medical conditions, when it significantly reduces our economic participation and impacts our livelihoods, and when it makes it impossible for us to access essential services, making us even more vulnerable to human rights abuses. Madam Speaker, you see why I'm shocked as a Kenyan and as a parliamentarian upon learning that there isn't any substantive conversations being had around us forging a path to disability-inclusive disaster management, especially amidst our current weather patterns. Speaker, we have experienced El Niño rain since last year, October that is, until February 2024, and now we have the long rains, which have killed over 174 people in Kenya, including 133 adults and 41 children in El Niño, and forced 530,000 people from 105,824 households to be evacuated. Of course, Speaker, these extremes did not and have not spared persons with disabilities in our households. We have heard from the mover of this motion that so far 32 people have died and 15 have been injured, and over 103,000 people have been displaced in just the rains of a couple of weeks. Without critical budgets for disability-inclusive adaptation, emergency relief, and loss and damage being intentionally allocated and protected for and during these climate crises to safeguard disability communities, Speaker, we are overlooked. Our allocations too are prioritized elsewhere, and our needs are swept away with the rains. As a climate activist from Bangladesh said, disability is not a key priority, and when the cuts come, they often come through disability. Madam Speaker, I wish for us, when we are passing DORA, which is coming up soon in this House, and CARA allocations, that we think very keenly about what we are doing if we choose to go beyond or differ from what will be proposed by the Finance Committee. Because these funds, every single penny, every single cent, is important, especially for vulnerable groups like persons with disabilities in this country. Madam Speaker, non-disabled people can run from rains. Non-disabled people, they can save themselves in one way or another, but a wheelchair user cannot run. A blind woman or man cannot run. Madam Speaker, children with disabilities, so far in the last couple of weeks, I have been given reports by parents and caregivers of children with disabilities to say that over 50 children with disabilities have died in the last few weeks. Compound that with the doctors' strike and the crisis therein, and the stronghold that is going on between government and doctors. And now you see how people with disabilities and children with disabilities are suffering. They are absolutely dying in front of our faces, and we are doing nothing about it. Madam Speaker, this is a problem that really goes beyond just what we're talking about here today, and I hope that other senators will understand the importance
Senator
of disability
Asige,
inclusive.
Senator Asige, you have 1 minute. Actually, under 1 minute.
We will understand the importance of disability-inclusive climate action and disaster management funding, Madam Speaker, because this is really, really appalling to see children with disabilities, the most vulnerable of us, dying, and we are doing nothing about it, Madam Speaker. I thank you.
Thank you, Senator Asige. Senator John Methu.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Senator Cherarige, you should be paying more attention, though it's the end of the day.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to support this particular motion. And as I support this motion, Honorable Speaker, I want to believe that the intent and the spirit in asking for timely disbursement of funds from government, in my opinion, I want to believe that the government that is being spoken about in this particular motion is the county government. And I derive my assertion from the fourth schedule of the Constitution of the Republic of Kenya, Part 2 on functions and powers of county governments. And function number 12 is firefighting services and disaster management. That's a preserve of the county government. If you also go up, that is 11A, on storm water management, it is also a preserve of the county government. Honorable Speaker, as we speak today, and I am sure most of you watched in the news yesterday, Nyandarua is one of those counties that has been badly affected. Yesterday, Honorable Speaker, River Karoroha, a river in Nyandarua, broke its banks, and the residents of Engineer Ward, the residents of Gadara Ward, have suffered very serious and dire consequences of this particular disaster of the heavy rains. Honorable Speaker, yesterday, one farmer lost a herd of 7 cattle, which were swept away by the ranging rains. We thank God that there were no fatalities in terms of human fatalities, but the kind of economic destruction that has happened, because you know Nyandarua is an agricultural county, Honorable Speaker, and our farms have been swept, our crops have been swept, and we are steering to a very, very dangerous thing in the coming days, Honorable Speaker. I have always had a position, Honorable Speaker, that since we have a working meteorological department, and if you look at the meteorological department, they give an almost accurate data of what shall happen in the next 1 month, in the next 2 weeks. It was expected, Honorable Speaker, that yesterday there will be very heavy rains in Nyandarua. And even as we speak about disaster and response to disaster, we also must speak about averting that particular disaster by, Honorable Speaker, if we do not open up waterways, if our drainages are not working, if we do not open the routes where water naturally, because water will always take its natural course, if we do not open up the routes for the water, Honorable Speaker, in readiness for the coming rains that will be very heavy, Honorable Speaker, we always find ourselves in this particular kind of situation. Even as we respond to that disaster, there is a way we can be able to try and stop this particular disaster. Honorable Speaker, we cannot absolve the county government of this particular responsibility. Honorable Chararige and I sit in the Public Accounts Committee, and now we are interrogating the money that was used by the county governments in the 2019-2020 financial years, 2020-2021 financial years, and if you look at the prudence in the money that was used to respond to the COVID-19 disaster, Honorable Speaker, you understand why we cannot let off the counties of this particular matter, Honorable Speaker. You know, Honorable Speaker, it is at that time you would hear that a mask that was retailing for 20 shillings in local retail shops, the county governments are buying them for 200 shillings, Honorable Speaker. So we cannot absolve the county governments from this particular issue, Honorable Speaker. In Nyandarua, in specific, Honorable Speaker, because I'm the senator of that particular county, Honorable Speaker. If the county government is not deliberate in ensuring that they open up the waterways for the to avert this danger of this water that now makes our rivers break their banks, Honorable Speaker, we shall find ourselves next year having the same problem. We shall find ourselves in 2 years having the same problems, Honorable Speaker. So we must be very, very ready, and we must have an elaborate disaster management program in our devolved units, Honorable Speaker, so that we are able to ensure that our people are safe, our crops are safe, our animals are safe, and ultimately we are able to take and take advantage of these waters that are, can be used in future, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Senator. Yes, your time is over, Senator Medhu. Senator Osotsi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity to also weigh in and support this motion by Senator Agnes Kavindu of Machakos Madam Speaker, this motion is very timely because it is trying to question why the government of Kenya and the county governments have not been able to address or mitigate the ongoing flooding problem that we have in this country. Madam Speaker, this Sunday, I was stuck on the road for 1 hour, the road between Majengo and Luanda. The road, we had a big gully just around Kima there, and the Ministry of Roads blocked the road. People were not able to pass, and this road connects to Kisumu County, Siaya, and even Busia. Madam Speaker, we are having challenges now with our road network because of this flooding problem. And I know the government, through KERA, has made arrangement to send about 3.58 billion shillings to counties. And Madam Speaker, I was very perturbed that the distribution of those funds is skewed. There is no proper criteria that was used to distribute those funds, because out of the 47 counties that received 3.58 billion, 4 counties received nothing. And these counties include my own county, Vihiga County, which received 0 amount. Samburu, Lamu, and Garissa. Madam Speaker, you know, Lamu, Samburu, Garissa, they have one thing in common. They are arid areas. But Vihiga is not an arid area. Why would the KERA or the Ministry of Road, that is led by one Murkomen, who was a senator, in this house, discriminate against Vihiga County, where we have number 3 of this country comes from? And we are getting 0 amount, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we need an explanation, and I think I'll be bringing a statement in this house to question which criteria was used. If Vihiga is a small county, why allocate one county called Embu 245 million shillings, and you have nothing for Vihiga County? Madam Speaker, we need this money so that our roads are in conditions that can be used, because right now, all our roads have been swept away, they are impassable, and they cannot be repaired because KERA has not allocated money. Madam Speaker, I had to say this because we are being told that our county is in Kenya Kwanza government. We cannot say we are in government when we are receiving nothing, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, and it saddens us that one of us who has an opportunity to become a member of the executive, one of us who was fighting for equitable allocation of resources to counties, is the one who is involved in discriminating against other counties. So, Waziri Murkomen, I hope you are hearing me today, that you are in this house. I remember you are the leader of the Team Kenya that demanded equitable distribution of resources to the county. Now you are a cabinet secretary, you are now discriminating against other counties, like Vihiga County, Samburu County, Garissa County, and Lamu County. We cannot have a situation where 43 counties receive funds and only 4 don't receive any funds in this period when we are having flooding problem. Madam Speaker, as I wind up, I also want to talk about the issue of riparian lands. We are having flooding in this city and other cities because of lack of proper planning and corruption. Madam Speaker, we have a scenario where people have built houses on the riparian land, and a river will always find its way.
The time is up. Honorable Senators, due to the importance of this motion, and understanding order 34, 2A, I will exercise the discretion to give an extra time for debating of this motion to enable about 2 senators or 3 senators to share a period of not more than 15 minutes so that we close it out due to its importance, its vital importance to what is happening in the nation. So I'll ask Senator Cherargei to proceed. You do not have to spend the 5 minutes, so you share the time.
Madam Speaker, just I want to support the motion that was brought. Madam Speaker, I empathize and sympathize with many Kenyans who have lost their lives or property due to ongoing flooding. Madam Speaker, we prayed for this rain. We must be responsible for what happens. Number 2, Mr. Speaker, is that as the Vice Chair of County Public Accounts, we normally, counties allocate 2% of their budget to disaster management. The question we should ask ourselves as a House, as a Senate, Madam Speaker, is where is the counties in all this conversation? Because they have enough resources to mitigate the disaster of floodings that we are facing in this country, Madam Speaker. Therefore, counties cannot escape responsibility and abdicate it to national government, Madam Speaker. Finally, Madam Speaker, there is a problem in this country called land grabiosis. Most of the floods is happening around riparian areas, Madam Speaker, where buildings have been done to divert rivers. And you know nature is unforgiving, Madam Speaker. You build on riparian right, you build on waterway, Madam Speaker. The moment it rains, even after 27 years, what happened in, for example, in Dubai, Madam Speaker, those waters will ensure they come. And if they are objected on the way, Madam Speaker, it will always bring a disaster, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I call upon all Kenyans to be careful, especially during rainy season. As we go into this rainy season, please drive and avoid unnecessary, Madam Speaker. We have seen in Mombasa Road, Lower Deck, Madam Speaker. Let us always be careful while driving. Madam Speaker, with those many remarks, I support the motion.
Thank you, Senator, for keeping it short. Senator Beatrice Ogola.
Madam Speaker, I want to support the wise motion by the senior senator, Senator Agnes Mudhama. Madam Speaker, this country cannot move from floods to drought and from drought to floods. Madam Speaker, we are now crying about floods, and a few months ago, we were crying about drought. But Madam Speaker, this brings me to reflect on our settlement plan as a country. That, Madam Speaker, we should be, the counties and the national government should be talking about and implementing spatial plans. Madam Speaker, in our settlement, there must be marked areas for human settlement, and there must be areas where we live for the general environment. Madam Speaker, just as other speakers have mentioned, that nature is not a respecter of anybody. That when rains come and you stand on the path of water, Madam Speaker, there will be the massive floods. And Madam Speaker, with the floods, we have displacement, we have loss of life, we have loss of property, we have education that has been disrupted in the flooded areas, we have health services that our people cannot get health services because of the displacement. Madam Speaker, flooding is not only limited to Machakos, as brought by my senior colleague, Senator Mudhama. In Homa Bay County, where I come from, Madam Speaker, in almost 2 sub-county, and to be specific, in Rachuonyo sub-county, we have women and children sleeping in the cold. We have women sleeping in the cold, children that are suffering, and this is because, Madam Speaker, our governments are not consistently following their plans in the preparedness of our people. Madam Speaker, rains were foreseen. Rains were foreseen. It's not an occurrence that just came about. The meteorological department had talked about it. Our people knew that the rains would come. But what did the 2 levels of government do? We only wait to see our people displaced, and we only wait to say we allocate funds to mitigate this. Madam Speaker, I want to support this, and insists that rather than allocating funds to mitigate, the two levels of government must now venture into promoting preventative measures that must be put in place in time. Madam Speaker, in our earlier years, we saw the Ministry of Public Works then prepare communities for the coming rains, for coming floods. In my language, we used to call them japida, and people knew before the rains come, they would come and prepare the roads, they would come and prepare people. What has happened with the devolution? Devolution was supposed to enhance some of these activities, Madam Speaker. And so, Madam Speaker, I want to support, but I also want to say that as a government, we must enhance our activities in saving the environment. Because, Madam Speaker, when you destroy the environment, you call for floods, you call for drought, you call for loss of food, you call for disruption of activities. And so, Madam Speaker, with the rains that are here, with the floods that are here, I support that funds must be brought in to save our people. But, Madam Speaker, in our urban centers, the planners in the county governments, overseen by the national government, must see that standards are adhered to when we are building houses. Madam Speaker, I support.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Omar Sheikh Mariam, and I hope you share the remaining time with Senator Karungo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, sir. Madam Speaker, I support the motion raised by my area senator. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, I'm saying my area senator because every morning I'm coming from Syokimau. In fact, this morning I was thinking, because the school will be open next week by 28th or 30th of this month. And I was asking myself, how will our kid be using our roads? Because we have half roads, and also there is flood everywhere. Madam Speaker, the flood is a disaster, and we can manage. Madam Speaker, when we talk of a road infrastructure is washed away by flood, it means that the quality of the road, it matters. Because when we are giving out the contracts, the CS concerned, or the governor concerned, the department concerned of road must be very crucial of the road, quality of the road. I'm saying this because in Mandera, there is a road connecting from Wajir, from Mandera, from Garissa to Wajir. The bridges was awayed by the flood last year, that is November, during Elilo. Up to now, it is not done. And Madam Speaker, the other one is, I wanted to plead with the road user, that is drivers, our drivers. They have to be very, very much careful of when they are driving a vehicle on moving water, flowing water. Because I'm saying that there is a 60-seater bus going from Nairobi to Mandera. I don't know what's wrong with the driver. He just move on, drive on a moving water. So it's supposed to be carrying, he's not carrying luggage, he's carrying human being. So these drivers must be careful on this. Madam Speaker, when it comes to rain season, always we are complaining of rain, the next time is complaining of drought. We have to think how to harvest this rainwater so that by next 6 months or 7 months to come, we will have droughts. So we have to reuse this flood water. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Senator Karungo Dango.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to also weigh in on this matter. It's a weighty matter, Madam Speaker. And you know, we say rain is a blessing. Rain, we pray for the rain, and it's a blessing. But we are unable to manage this blessing, Madam Speaker. You know, we are unable to manage by one, we cannot save this water. We cannot store this water. And then after a few months, we are going to start crying, there is drought, Madam Speaker. Number two, we know when the rain comes, some will be sipped on the ground for our farms and chambers so that we can be able to plant, Madam Speaker. But the overflow will always find its way to the rivers, Madam Speaker. And if these waters do not find a way, they will always make a way. And if they don't find the drainages that are well cleared, they will always cause these floods, Madam Speaker. And these floods are the ones that are causing havoc. Sometimes we are always blaming the national government. And as a Senate, pursuant to Article 96 of the Constitution, is to protect the interests of the counties and the county government. Government is the executive and the assembly, and the county represent people. So we have to protect the interests of the people, Madam Speaker. Every county has what they call emergency fund. And these are the monies that are used to cater for unforeseen scenarios or damages, Madam Speaker. I wish the Senator for Makueni was here, because it was only yesterday at the committee of CIPIC, we had the governor of Makueni, Mutula Jr., who was coming to defend the audit reports of the previous governor, that is Governor Kibwana, Madam Speaker. And we could see the emergency fund that is supposed to be used to deal with issues like this one. It was used to build classes. It was used to buy water pumps. And you know, water pump for a water company is something that should be budgeted for. But because the water pump is broken, somebody say that is unforeseeable. Nobody could have foreseen that the water pump will break. Then they buy the water pump using 6 million, and then what happens? There are rains. Now there's a lot of water, that water pump cannot be used, and they have no money to help the people who are being in areas that are flooded, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we need to put the governors to task. Remember previously, when there was another issue like this one of floods, the governors led by their chair, the chair of Council of Governors, they had a press conference saying the national government has not released money for disaster management. They have also joined the chorus when we say the national government is not doing anything. Yet themselves, they do have a lot of money when it comes to emergency fund. But they are using that emergency fund just for campaign, for using it in places and things that you cannot qualify to be an emergency, Madam Speaker. Otherwise, I would want to caution Kenyans. Before you ask where the government is, kindly take care of yourself. You cannot argue or negotiate with water. When you see the place you are in, the waters are overflowing, or probably you know it was flooding last year, it will flood this time. Because you remember even the former president Kibaki also issued the same caution. Because in some place in Budalangi, there was that figure of a certain lady who was saying Serikali's idea every year at the same time was still waiting for that issue. And the president asked, you are waiting for a whole year to ask the same question the next year and the next. I would want to caution Kenyans also to take care of yourself as we fight these floods. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Senators, it is now 6:42, and having concluded the business for which I extended the hours of sitting pursuant to Standing Order 34-2A, the Senate stands adjourned until tomorrow, Wednesday, 24th April 2024 at 9:30 a.m.